conquering America. Starting as a boxing champion, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, The Stars. Hey, my respected father, have you seen that Link's weakness and concession are routine, not retreat? What else do you want to say now? In New York, Dino Duval saw the interview on TV. The truth is that old Duval glared at him fiercely, scolded him as a rebellious son, and walked away with a cane. Dad, the young man has grown up. Are you angry with him? Nora blamed. Dinolan smiled and said indifferently, I bet he is definitely not angry. He may be hiding outside and laughing at this time. Nora smiled slightly. Link won another game and became the WBA/WBC double champion. The reputation of Dynasty promotion spread from the United States to Europe, and Franco's career also reached a higher level. At this time, old Duval was indeed in a good mood. Link's match time is expected to get longer and longer. Is he ready to finish a round? Nora said, watching the wonderful replays on TV. I don't know, but I often see him consult Tommy about how to make the match more exciting. Tommy said that it mainly depends on the audience. The more lively the atmosphere, the better the match will be. I think Link has been led astray by Tommy. Dino shrugged and smiled. Tommy is Coach Tommy Brooks. Nora nodded and roughly understood Link's idea. Controlling the field during the game improved the viewing experience of the game and attracted more spectators to watch the game. This idea is very good, but it is extremely difficult to operate as both an actor and a director. If you are not careful, you will be killed by your opponent. In the past, only a few top boxing champions such as Muhammad Ali and George Foreman dared to do this, and they contributed many classic events in the 1970s. Boxing champions like Tyson and Holyfield are strong, but they are a little worse in the rankings. It is very reluctant to win the playoffs, and as for improving the viewing experience of the game, they will not take the risk at all. Link, a newcomer, dared to do this, and it must be said that he is very courageous. In the boxing club in Las Vegas, Tyson, James Toney, and Chris Bide saw the interview on TV and confronted each other. Three black men, staring with six white eyes. Majestic. Are these all Link's tactics? Damn, this guy's acting is so great that he even fooled us. When I heard that he was working part-time as an actor, I thought he was going to develop in Hollywood. Now I know that this guy has used his acting skills in the boxing ring. What a cunning guy. The three looked at Link on TV unhappily. In the game just now, they saw Link fail continuously and withdraw from the game. They thought that Link had no time to exercise. His legs were weakened by women and his strength declined. The result was all in soup. It's just that Link's tactics are too cunning. Even the three of them. Link is a very difficult guy. Do you still want to compete with him? Tyson asked. Compete? Link is too arrogant. If he plays the game steadily, I'm only 60% sure to beat him, but now he uses this trick, I'm at least 70% sure. Chris Bird clenched his fists and said firmly. James Toney touched his big belly and said, Chris, you fight him, I will follow in turn. I hope he doesn't lose too quickly. Okay, I will definitely bet on you to win. Tyson grinned. In the same city Strict Promotions, Greg Cohen's eyes twitched when he saw the belt hanging on Link on TV. This guy actually won. He looked at President Bob Arum opposite him and sighed, I was wrong. Link is such a cunning and powerful guy. President Arum smoked a cigar, looked at the TV screen with the cigarette and said, Link is really good. He has been trying to improve the quality of the game since his debut. This is better than 99.99% of boxers. Greg Cohen clasped his fists on his knees and said nothing. President Arum looked at him again, waved his hands and smiled. Gray, you don't have to blame yourself too much for not signing Link. I have never blamed you for signing that kind of clause, because even I can't do it. Cohen shrugged. I did expect Link to grow so fast. Yes, Link is an incredible boxer, and his existence will definitely affect top promotion companies. President Arum stopped and chuckled, but this guy is also a great boxing promoter and spokesperson. After he became famous, he did a lot of boxing promotion work, such as the YouTube boxing unit, which is very interesting. From this perspective, his success is also extremely beneficial to our entire boxing industry. Cohen nodded and agreed with this point. We are all in the same industry. If we only compete internally and grab a small piece of cake instead of knowing how to make a big cake, everyone will starve to death in the end. After Link became famous, he continued to promote boxing, causing more people to become boxing participants because of his awareness of this sport. After becoming a boxing participant, they will buy boxing training equipment and watch boxing matches. These consumptions will increase the GDP of the boxing industry, which is also making cakes. From this perspective, Link's success is beneficial to everyone. Gray. One of my tasks is to contact Franco and Link and build a good relationship with them. In the future, we want to become their long-term partners, Aram said with a cigar in his mouth. Bob, will Link and Frank agree? Definitely. Link has great ambitions and great potential, even greater than Mayweather, but times have changed, and the scale of the boxing industry is shrinking. For Link to become the next Tyson or the next Ali, Dynasty Promotions alone, or even major event companies, are not enough. He needs all the promotion companies in the boxing industry to work together. President Aram shook his fist. Link and Franco are both smart people, they should understand this. Cohen nodded, his eyes locked. Just cooperating with Dynasty Promotions to jointly promote Link will definitely affect Mayweather's development and occupy Mayweather's resources. It doesn't matter. After a few years, Mayweather will also be promoted to the middleweight class, a range of fight between him and Link. Whoever is better will be the next boxing superstar. After all, boxing still depends on strength. President Aram said. Greg Cohen nodded. This is not bad. Let Link, Mayweather, and Pacquiao develop, and then the next few decisive battles. Just like the ancient Roman gladiators, the final winner will inevitably become the king of boxing. Judging from the comprehensive strength shown by the few people so far, Link's attack was not small. Cohen decided to call Franco and Link later to congratulate them and express his intention to cooperate. Losing face was the most important thing for him. Making money in boxing was the most important thing. Chapter 227 Monitoring the Storm. At the O2 Arena, after the WBC-WBA Boxing Championship Symphony match, other weight classes continued to be held on the ring. Audiences interested in the match can continue to watch, and those who are not interested can leave early. Most of the audience chose to get up and leave, and the seats in the boxing gym, which were clearly visible, gradually became sparse. Gary took a recorder and randomly interviewed several audience members, asking them about their views on the match. 80% of the interviewees gave positive comments, thinking that the match was exciting, and watching a boxing match live was more exciting than watching it on TV. A few people also said that it would be better if Carl French was a little stronger, or if the match lasted longer. Many people said that they didn't get enough. During the interview, the phone rang. Charlotte called and told him in an excited tone that Emma Watson had just followed Link's assistant Anna to the locker room at the back. Really? Is she alone? Gary asked in surprise. And Daniel and Robert, do you want to take the dog for a walk? You have a press card, and the staff may let you in. Charlotte suggested. Gary thought about it, and decided to give up. The middle backfield locker room was guarded by security guards and bodyguards, so he arrived at the game smoothly. Besides, Daniel and Robert were there, so it was impossible for them to date in front of each other. Maybe they were just chatting. He didn't want to make another wasted trip like yesterday. Charlotte couldn't help but feel disappointed when she heard him give up. Giving up meant that their work for the past 2 days was in vain. Gary was also embarrassed and said he would treat him to a drink at the weekend. After leaving O2, Gary drove back to the Sun newspaper office. When he was sorting out the manuscripts, he received a call from the thief Biggs. Gary slapped his forehead. He almost forgot that he should ask Biggs to check out of the room and save a day's expenses. But before he could speak, Biggs shouted in a strange voice, Bernard, there is a woman in Link's room. I bet Link is dating a woman in the room. How do you know? Suddenly Gary remembered that Biggs had installed a bug in Link's room. Did you overhear it? Hey, that's right. Send me your email address and I'll send it to you to listen to. Okay. Gary quickly turned on the computer. Halfway through, an audio file was received in the email address. He clicked it and listened to it. Dong dong dong. Squeak. The door opened. The sound in the audio was very loud. "Hey, why are you here?" This was Link's voice. "Can't I come?" Hearing this voice, Gary stood up from his seat, scaring his colleague next to him to jump a lot. "Bernard, what's wrong?" Gary ignored it and clicked on the audio to listen again. The second sentence was definitely a woman's voice, and that woman was very familiar to Link. "Biggs, great job, listen to it again," Gary said with excitement. After leaving the O2 Arena, he had planned to give up the £100,000 bonus, give up the opportunity for promotion and salary increase, and was very depressed. But Biggs's audio rekindled his ambition, and promotion and salary increase might not be a dream. Only this one. Biggs replied. "Only this one." Gary thought Biggs wanted to raise the price, and said unhappily, "Biggs, we are partners. Only if we find evidence that Link cheated, can we get the bonus, and you can too. Don't forget that I paid for your hotel reservation. Really only this one." Biggs explained the reason later. Gary gritted his teeth in anger. This rubbish. He couldn't even install the monitoring device properly, and he dared to call himself a thief. Bullshit. While he was yelling, the editor-in-chief Joseph came over with a piece of colorful bookmark paper in his hand and put it on his desk. "Bernard," Kent called and saw Link's assistant entering the hotel with an unidentified woman. "You go over to support Kent and try to take a few photos of the sound," Joseph said, tapping a piece of copy paper with his fingers. Gary looked at the color copy paper. It was a blurry photo with two women on it. The one in front could be vaguely identified as Anna, Link's assistant. The one behind was wearing a sun hat and big sunglasses, tall and with long legs. Judging from her figure, she was not Emma Watson. Gary felt that this woman should be the heroine of the audio. He was very unhappy when he heard Joseph say that this photo was taken by Kent. Kent was his competitor. If he supported Kent and took photos of evidence of Link's cheating, Kent would have more credit when it came to rewarding him later. But this was the task Joseph had assigned him, and he had to do it. Gary agreed, put on his backpack, and left the newspaper building with his camera. On the way there, Gary notified officers Charlotte and Ryder and asked them to keep watch at the door of the hotel, hoping to take photos of evidence of Link's cheating. He was unwilling to cooperate with Kent in the matter of secretly taking photos. With Kent around, even if he managed to take some explosive photos, the credit would belong to Kent, and he didn't want to give the credit to his opponent. When he arrived at the Tata Hotel, Charlotte and Officer Ryder also arrived in London. The three of them went to Biggs' room together to discuss what to do next. "The damn guy, you dare to secretly install a wiretap in the hotel? You are committing a crime, do you know?" Hearing that Biggs was eavesdropping in Link's room, Officer Ryder habitually touched his lower back, but he was in plain clothes and didn't touch the handcuffs. Biggs was startled by his action and habitually stayed away from him, waving his hands and saying, "Hey, Officer Ryder, please calm down. We are now partners, and everyone is trying to make a lot of money." Seeing James Ryder's gloomy surface, he secretly thought it was a mistake. Although Ryder wanted to make some extra money, he had no intention of breaking the law. It was not a good idea to risk attracting a crime scene. "James, we are making money. Can you give up your identity first?" Charlotte squinted her eyes and looked at the eavesdropping equipment on the table with some interest in her eyes. "James, I know it's wrong to do this, but there's nothing we can do now. How about you just pretend you didn't see it? Let Biggs take it down afterwards, and no one will know about it." Gary also persuaded. The police officer frowned, sat on the sofa opposite, and fell into silence. Seeing Officer Ryder give in, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Biggs, are Link and that woman still in the hotel? Did you hear anything else?" Gary asked. Biggs spread his hands and said helplessly, "No, except that Link asked the waiter to bring a table of French food at around 5 o'clock. I didn't hear anything else, but I guess they might be eating French food at this time, and the next step is to prepare for a date. Guessing is useless. We need them to go out and take pictures of them on a date to get the bonus." Gary said helplessly. "Biggs, you can sneak into Link's room. Why don't you install a camera?" Charlotte asked. "Do you think I've been there before?" It's just that there is no wireless network here, and connecting the camera requires an internet cable. It's a lot of work, and I can't do it alone. Biggs said with a sneer. The three thought about it for a while, but there was no way. Link didn't dare to go out, and they couldn't break in. I have a way, but it's a bit risky. No one wants to try it? Biggs grinned with his rotten teeth bared. What way? Gary and Charlotte looked at him and asked. Biggs took out a tool bag from the cabinet, and then opened a bundle of tools such as ropes, pulleys, winches, etc. Hey, there are bodyguards guarding Link's door. It's definitely not possible to break in. I've seen the location of Link's room. If we hang down from the roof of the hotel, we can just get to his room. We can go in through the window and take a live shot while they are messing around in the room. What do you think? Biggs laughed strangely. Enter the room to take pictures, and you will be arrested for at least 5 years. Officer Iad said with a sullen face. Do you have a better way? Biggs looked at the three and asked. No, newspapers don't dare to publish advertisements for photos taken in this way. Gary shook his head. If the newspaper dared to publish the illegally taken photos, Link's legal team would warn the Sun to go bankrupt, and he himself would lose his job or even go to jail. It would not be worth it. Hey, guys, can you please open your brains and be bolder? Do you know who Link is? He is a genuine billionaire. We just need to take pictures of the evidence of his cheating, and then use it to threaten him. For the sake of his personal reputation, he will not hesitate to use millions of pounds to settle the matter. Even if it is only £1 million, we will share it among the four of us, and each of us will have £200,000. It's £250,000. Charlotte reminded. That's right. If we extort 1 million from Link, each of us will get 250,000. If we extort £4 million, each of us will get £1 million. Guys, £1 million. As long as we succeed, we will all be millionaires. Don't you want to be millionaires? Biggs said excitedly. Millionaire? Upon hearing this title, Officer Ryder's eyes could not help but flash with excitement. If he became a millionaire, he could live in a villa and drive a luxury car, buy a few pairs of roller skates for his son Harry, buy a lot of brand name bags for Louise, and continue to patrol the streets. He could find a more leisurely job, be respected by more people, and become a superior person. It feels great to be a millionaire. But what if you fail? Jail, unemployment, bankruptcy, and Louise also left him. Thinking of this, Officer Ryder was stunned for a moment and scolded Biggs. Damn Kuro Biggs, you want us to go to jail together? Officer Ryder, don't say such harsh words. It's easy for us to make money. How can we become millionaires without taking some risks? Biggs said with a strange smile. Gary also shook his head. I don't agree either. I make some money myself, but I have no intention of committing a crime. Charlotte glanced at Biggs, squinted her eyes and smiled. I think so too. I'm busy with something. I'll leave first. Officer Iad said, then got up and left the hotel room. Biggs, you continue to monitor the room. If Link leaves the hotel, remember to tell me. Gary also picked up the microphone and satchel and left. Charlotte shook her head and followed him. Fuck. You are a bunch of cowards. You will never make a fortune in your life. Biggs stomped his feet and cursed. Dang dang dang. After more than an hour, it was getting dark. Biggs took out his tool bag and was about to act alone when there was a knock on the door. Biggs walked to the peephole, took a look, laughed strangely, and opened the door. Chapter 228. The dark shadow outside the window. Knock, knock, knock. In the bedroom of B25 Hotel, Link was sleeping. He heard a series of knocks on the door outside. He yawned, turned over and got up. He picked up the watch on the bedside and glanced at it. At 6:10 in the morning, he opened the curtains. A golden morning light shone through the towering spires of the Tower Bridge of London and onto the French windows. It was as clear as water and had a slight chill in early autumn. The Thames River outside the window was still flowing quietly, as if it had flowed for countless years. Today was just an ordinary day in its long life. Link tied the rope of his pajamas, came to the skirt, and opened the door. Franco, Anna, Simon, Wallace, Paul, the hotel manager, and their security guards were standing at the door. He was about to speak, but Franco drew his finger and asked him not to make a sound. The hotel security immediately took a metal bracket and carefully scanned around the door and buckled a thumb-sized listening device at the corner. Link couldn't help but swear when he saw this thing. When he just moved in, he took one of these things out of Wallace's pocket. Yesterday, the hotel sent someone to check and found 2 more. When he came back from the game yesterday, he specially asked Wallace and Bob to search the room again, but nothing was found. He didn't expect that there was another one hidden here. The paparazzi in the UK are really crazy. It is worthy of being the place that can cultivate James Bond. If Bond's ability as an agent is too poor, he can't even compare with these paparazzi, and he can't make a name for himself in the UK. Mr. Baker, this is an oversight on our part. We didn't protect your privacy well. We are willing to take the relevant responsibility. The hotel manager said apologetically. Now is not the time to pursue responsibility. I know what needs to happen. Link closed the door of the bedroom and invited several people to sit in the hall. The hotel manager, Franco, Anna, and Simon walked in. Anna turned on her laptop, clicked on the Google software, then entered the name Link, clicked on the search, and many related news links appeared on the page instantly. The top one is a thief wanted to break into a house and was arrested, and he allegedly ran into Link Baker dating a beautiful woman in a hotel, with pictures. The second one is, did Link Baker cheat during the London competition? British media cheered, with pictures. The third one is, who is Link Baker dating? The Sun reporter took a photo of the silhouette of a mysterious girl, with pictures. The homepage of the search was all related news, and there was no news about him becoming the double champion of the WBA/WBC organization. Link clicked on the first search link, and the platform for the post was the British Sun, and the person who posted the article was reporter Bernard Gary. In the article, reporter Gary explained the course of events in the tone of Fox. After get off work last night, he was strolling along the Thames River. At about 9:40, he suddenly heard someone pointing at the Tower of London Hotel across the river and shouting, "Look, there's someone there." Reporter Gary looked over and saw a person in a black skirt with a braid rope tied around his body, hanging outside the French window of a room in the hotel, like a Spider-Man. Figure 1, the image is rather blurry. With the help of the lights on the riverbank, a dark shadow can be vaguely seen hanging outside the French window on the 6th floor of the Tower of London Hotel. The curtains on the French window on the 6th floor are drawn, and the dim light is visible, making the position of the dark shadow more conspicuous. Reporter Gary continued to explain that he thought it was a hotel staff member who was doing something harmful to the air conditioner, and he did not intend to pay attention. But after waiting for more than 10 minutes, he found that the man was still there. Feeling that the situation was a little unusual, he hurriedly called the police. Then the police rushed to the scene and, with the assistance of the hotel, realized that someone they knew had captured him. After being arrested, the person who knew him claimed that he was a fan of Link's boxing and wanted to enter from the room to find Link to chat. He also said that he had a record of Link's autograph, which could fully prove that he was a fan. But after investigation, it was found that the man's name was Kuro Biggs, a probation officer who was arrested 3 years ago on suspicion of burglary. 10 years ago, he was involved in a large number of bank, vault, and jewelry store robberies. Figure 2, picture of the suspect Kuro Biggs, and the autograph record of Link to Biggs. Seeing the photo of this person, Link recognized him immediately. The other party was the rotten tooth boy he met in the hotel lobby the day before yesterday. The record also said to Alice, "Grow up healthily, be a brave girl, Link Baker." After the police's urgent interrogation, the suspect Kuro Biggs truthfully explained the motive and process of the crime. Not long ago, he saw on the news that the world boxing champion Link Baker was preparing to participate in the WBA/WBC boxing championship match in London. It is said that Link earns millions of dollars per game. Link Baker is also a famous singer and is worth hundreds of millions. Kuro Biggs saw the financial intention and wanted to make a fortune from Link. This is the motive for the crime. The process of the crime is relatively complicated. According to the confession of the suspect Kuro Biggs, after hearing that Link had moved into the Tower of London Hotel, he also took the opportunity to break into the room and sneaked into his room while Link was out and installed 3 bugs. Unfortunately, they were seen by the hotel staff through surveillance, and 2 of them were caught by the hotel staff, and 1 was on the left door. The plan, which he was not aware of, was to steal the valuables that Link carried with him, but he saw from the news that Link Baker would change his date with Emma Watson while in London. So he planned to secretly take photos of Link and Emma Watson's date. He blackmailed Link for money. He had been staying in the hotel for the past 2 days to monitor Link's room. Just yesterday afternoon, he heard a woman enter Link's room through the monitor and mistakenly thought it was Emma Watson. In order to take photos of each other's date, he bought a set of Spider-Man equipment and planned to hang from the roof to the outside of the hotel room and prepare to shoot from the window. After the operation began, everything was normal. Just as he was hanging to the French window, he found that the curtains were all drawn. If the Afghans took pictures, they would need to open the curtains, so he took out the glass cutter and prepared to cut the French window. Unfortunately, during the operation, he suddenly took drugs and the effect was good, and the glass cutter fell downstairs. He got the effective demand, his limbs were weak, and he couldn't return to the roof. He could only hang outside the French window, unable to go up or down. He was later rescued by the police with a safety rope. The above is the whole process of the case. Link put down his laptop, returned to the bedroom, and opened all the curtains. He happened to see a round surface on the French window. He pushed it with his finger, and with a clang, a bowl-sized fragment fell downstairs. Shit. Chapter 229 Link cheats. Link, the London police have arrived. They want to come in and check the scene. Ask if it's convenient. B25 hotel skirt. Someone came in from outside. A group of police officers in uniforms stood in the corridor. Tell them that it's inconvenient to wear uniforms now and ask them to come later. Link glanced at it, sat down and continued to browse the news. Bernard Gary, a reporter from The Sun, continued to explain in the report that after the thief Biggs was rescued, his whole body was twitching, white mucus came out of his mouth, and he was in a semi-comatose state. In order to relieve his symptoms, the police injected him with medical drugs. Martin Biggs told the police that he did not hear wrongly. There was indeed a mysterious lady in Link's room, and the 2 had a tryst in the room. He also said that when he was hanging down, he heard the sound of playfulness coming from the room. After more than an hour, after he was rescued by the police, the sound in the room continued. Reporter Gary said in a neutral tone that Biggs was a drug addict. The above may be symptoms after taking drugs and cannot be regarded as facts. The true situation of the matter still needs to be further investigated and verified. Does the media's writing like this violate my privacy? Link looked at the lawyer Aaron Honecker who had just arrived. Strictly speaking, forget it. It's just that The Sun handled this matter in a rather cunning way. When they reported it, they quoted all the relevant matters and used an investigative and neutral attitude to describe the case of a theft. This is the freedom of media news reporting and is in line with the public's right to know. In addition, you are a public figure. If you want to win the lawsuit, it will cost a lot. Honecker said thoughtfully. Link shrugged and continued to click on the next news. Link Baker cheated during the London game. British media cheered. The news source is the New York Post, and the release time is 2 AM. Link was also very happy and helpless when he saw this time. The process of reporting news from the former media is relatively complicated. During the day, reporters submit interview manuscripts, and the editorial department screens out valuable news, sorts them out, and sets the headlines of each edition, and then forms a news template, and submits it to the editor-in-chief and deputy editor-in-chief for review. After the review is passed, the article will be proofread and checked for typos, before being sent to the printing factory for typesetting and printing. Some official newspapers have stricter review. The timeliness of general news reports is more than 24 hours. Now online news reports faster and more efficiently. Just like what happened last night, in less than half a day, even the media on the other side of the Atlantic were reporting on this matter, and he was the last to know about this rule. The New York Post handled this news more cleverly. They completely reprinted the news report of The Sun, and commented and discussed it. By the way, it was mentioned in the article that Link's real girlfriend, and Taylor Swift, was recording the American Idol program in Los Angeles the day before yesterday. The purpose is obvious. This mysterious impossible girl is Taylor. It seems to be an established fact that Link cheated. Link browsed other news, all of which were adapted from the news of the Sun. Some media still make full use of this basis, listing all the girls who have been involved with Link, trying to find out the identity of the mysterious girl. These people include Eva Thompson, Emma Watson, Gal Gadot, Amber Heard, Doubtson Crows, Emma Roberts, Lady Gaga, Lana Del Rey, Keira Knightley, etc. Even the new MV heroine Emma Stone and Adele are on the list. There are as many as 16 people. The ignorant people thought that these people were Link's gossips and subconsciously regarded Link as a playboy. And once this impression is established, it is like the skin color of ZHUME, which cannot be wiped off, even if you want to! Franco coughed lightly and smiled. Link, don't worry, I just contacted Mandy, and later we will work together on public relations, to minimize the negative impact. There is just one thing I want to ask Frank. He looked at the room, lowered his voice, and asked with a gossipy face, who is that mysterious lady? Of course it's Taylor, who else could it be? Anna, didn't you tell them? Link said with a dark face. I was just woken up by them, and they didn't ask me. Anna stroked her untidy hair and said, is it Taylor? Really Taylor? Franco was surprised and regretful. If it was Taylor, this matter would become very easy to deal with, and it would not cost much money to settle. It's a pity that a big melon was missed. Buzz buzz buzz. Before Link could speak, the mobile phone on the table was turned off. The caller was Miss Mandy. Mandy blamed herself as soon as she opened her mouth, saying that she should have come to London with him, and she could have controlled him a little bit, so that he wouldn't mess around in London, and this wouldn't happen. She also said that she had just called Taylor, but Taylor's phone was turned off. Link, Taylor must be angry. You should come back from London and explain to her, Ms. Mandy said anxiously. Link covered his forehead and said helplessly, Mandy, there is no way you can say that she is Taylor. Taylor? Really? She was recording a show in Los Angeles a few days ago. How could she go to London? Ms. Mandy said in surprise. She was in Paris for the fashion week yesterday and came to London by the way. She said she wanted to give me a surprise. Haha, Taylor is like this. Taylor's performance is so good. I will call Eva Cap and explain the situation. Ms. Mandy hung up the phone happily. After Link hung up the phone, he saw several missed calls and text messages on his phone, 4 of which were from Selena. In the first message, she asked in an excited tone, Link, did you really cheat? And the whole world knows about it? How exciting. The second one said, oh no, I just called Taylor, but couldn't get through, and I sent MSN, but he didn't reply. Taylor must be angry. Oh, I told you a long time ago to be a loyal and good man and don't be unfaithful, but you didn't listen. Do you know you were wrong now? Go and apologize to Taylor and be sincere. I'm also saying good things for you. Link's face was full of black lines. He bet that Selena's face must have been flushed when she sent the message, and she was more excited than the ordinary spectators. He checked the time. The last message was sent an hour ago. According to the time difference between the two places, it was midnight in New York at that time. Link felt that as her brother, he needed to care about her schedule and asked her to go to bed before 8 o'clock in the future. He saw that there was a call from Catherine, so he replied with a text message to explain the situation. Catherine replied to the message and said, it's okay. In addition, Selena sent another message, is it really Taylor? When did Taylor go to London? How come I didn't know? Link saw it clearly and wanted to hit him. What time is it now? Why aren't you sleeping yet? The internet is too lively. I'm reading the news. Is the news good? Why don't you read during this time? How many distraction holidays did you take in the exams last semester? You're so annoying. Good night. There was also a pig-head emoticon behind it, which should be used to honor him and apologize. In view of her sincerity, Link wanted to let her go first. Boss, there are a lot of reporters outside the hotel. Shouldn't we take the opportunity to attack suddenly? Anna came in and said. Link looked at the time. It was not yet 7 o'clock. It was obviously not appropriate to hold a press conference at this time. Anna, tell the reporters in Washington that the person on the date is Taylor and ask them not to make up stories. The media that spread rumors and slander my reputation will need to bear legal responsibility afterwards. Okay boss. Anna nodded and stayed in the room. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. You are responsible for the consequences. Ms. Anna is here. At around 8 o'clock, Anna Mouse arrived in front of the hotel. The media reporters in the lobby imagined finding the cake. In less than 10 seconds, they all rushed around Anna and threw one question after another to her. Ms. Anna, is Mr. Baker up? Can he accept our interview? Ms. Anna, a reporter photographed you entering the hotel with a mysterious lady yesterday. Who is she? Ms. Anna, I heard that Link and Miss Knightley had a good chat at the Dyer fashion show. Isn't that mysterious lady Miss Keira Knightley? The reporters raised their microphones and rushed to ask, their voices louder than each other. Everyone, please be quiet. Anna walked to the steps under the protection of Bob and the hotel security personnel and said, I want to clarify 3 things here. First, Miss Taylor came to London at noon yesterday and came to the O2 to watch the game and cheer for Link on the spot. After the game, we returned to the hotel together. There is no such thing as a mysterious lady. Second, we will file a lawsuit in the local court in London against the false reports of the Sun and the Daily Mail media and hold relevant responsibilities. Third, Mr. Baker will respond here in the near future in response to rumors on the internet. Please exercise restraint and do not spread rumors. We will hold relevant responsibilities for individuals or media that damage Mr. Baker's reputation. Among the participants, Gary, a reporter from The Sun, had not slept all night, but his face was flushed. After hearing what Anna said, he raised his hand and shouted, Ms. Anna, when will Mr. Baker respond? Will Miss Taylor be present at the same time? I will let you know the situation through Twitter later. Please wait and wait. Ms. Anna, you just mentioned that Miss Taylor rushed to London yesterday to cheer for Link. Why didn't she show up in public? The Daily Mail reporter raised his hand to ask a question. This is Miss Taylor's private matter, no comment. Anna said quietly. Ms. Anna. Other media reporters also rushed to ask questions during the interview. Anna answered a few questions, left the hotel lobby, and returned to the hotel room. Just after the interview ended, the news about Link's secret meeting with a mysterious lady at the Tower Hotel in London not only did not disappear, but became even more lively. More online media got involved and began to hype the news. The reason is simple. Link is popular enough, and the news about him is loved by the masses, and the rumors are even more popular. In addition, his official girlfriend is Taylor Swift, a popular singer in the music industry, who is very famous. After the two fell in love, they were hyped by the media as Golden Boy and Jade Girl, and the next couple Britney and Justin Timberlake. At the MTV Awards ceremony, Link stood up in public to support Taylor, fully demonstrating his boyfriend power and winning the favor of many fans. Mainstream media have hyped the most perfect couple in the entertainment industry, the most enviable couple, and making people fall in love again. Similar love stories have also become top topics in the entertainment industry. If Link's cheating was exposed at this time, it would gain a lot of attention in a very short time. The fact that this gossip spread across the Atlantic Ocean and even circled the Earth within 6 hours is a clear proof. Boss, what time do we hold the press conference? The host is very popular now. I think it's better to do it earlier. Anna suggested. What time is our flight? Link asked after looking at his watch. 2:30 in the afternoon. Then make an appointment at 1 o'clock. Okay, I'll go and notify them right away. Anna nodded and left with the computer. Link came to the bedroom with a dinner plate and saw Taylor with messy hair, sitting cross-legged on the bed playing with his mobile phone, watching and laughing. What are you laughing at? Link put down his breakfast. Look, there are many people on the internet who say you are a scumbag and say that boys with your appearance look very fickle and say that they predicted in advance that you would cheat, but they didn't expect you to do it so quickly. Haha. Taylor covered his mouth and laughed. These things are all caused by you, and you still dare to laugh? Link pinched her nose and said, hate it. I wanted to give you a surprise, too. Taylor patted his hand, got off the bed with his long legs bare, wearing only a suspender pajamas, picked up the hairband on the top, and tied a ponytail on the ground. Not bad. You sneaked over here. You must want to see me in the hotel, whether I'm fooling around with any woman, right? Don't try to wrongly accuse me. I'm not that stingy. Taylor hurried over, brushed his teeth with a toothbrush, and sat on the sofa to eat breakfast. Link shook his head, drew open the curtains, took a few photos of the hole in the floor-to-ceiling window, and posted them on Twitter with the text, "Look what this is." Wow. After the tweet was posted, it took only a moment for the online traffic to be comparable to the rushing Thames outside the window, and it instantly poured in. In 5 minutes, there were more than 33.2k likes, 68.1k reposts, and more than 11k comments. Lady Gaga commented, "It's terrible. It's a good thing you don't have confidence." Kerry Underwood commented, "Are British entertainment reporters so crazy? Be careful next time you go to London for a concert." Paul Walker left a message saying, "007 World Boxing Champion London Adventure." Katy Perry left a message asking, "I just tried it. The sound of scratching the glass is very loud. I want you to participate. Why didn't you hear it?" In addition to these acquaintances' messages, there are more messages from fans, all asking who the mysterious lady is. He quickly explained, and someone left a message calling him a scumbag who cheated on Taylor's feelings. What made Link laugh and cry was that someone enlarged the picture and saw a vague outline through the reflection of the floor-to-ceiling window. It is said that the owner of this back must be the mysterious lady, but it does not look like Taylor. Then someone teased Link, saying that he wanted to use this method to dispel rumors so as not to be careful of the hammer. He also asked Anna to inform the media and hold a press conference when leaving London at 1 p.m. to explain what happened last night. But the British media believed that this was Link's delaying tactic. According to the speed of the plane, it only takes about 12 hours to get from Los Angeles to London. If Taylor had been arranged to board a plane and fly directly to London after the incident yesterday, she would have arrived in London before 1 o'clock to perform against Link. Link shook his head, saying that these media outlets were too shameless. When they determine a fact, no matter what the truth is, they will only interpret it in a direction that is beneficial to their hype, and then lead those who don't know the truth into the ditch. Hey, beauty, now people want to know who the mysterious lady is. How about showing your face? Link said to Taylor, who was eating with his mobile phone. "No, I haven't washed my face yet. Don't take pictures." Taylor moved his butt and fixed his back on him. "How about taking a picture of your back?" "Okay, remember to take some pictures." Taylor put down her fork, adjusted her hair and suspenders, and straightened her slender waist. Link took 5 photos of her from behind and handed them to her for a view. Taylor looked at them several times and selected a better looking one for him to send out. So Link posted another tweet with the caption, "The truth just woke up, and the rumor has already circled the earth 3 times. Why do you say I just woke up? I didn't get up until after 9 o'clock. When my fans know about it, they will say I'm lazy." Taylor complained, patting his arm. "It's just a metaphor, and you just got up anyway. I got up early and was playing with my phone. Okay, I'll pay attention next time." After the tweet was released, the nitpickers came out again, asking why it was a photo of the back. If it was really Taylor, why didn't she take a photo of the front? Some netizens left a message saying that the photo was photoshopped, and the purpose of the PR team to find a model photo with a back that looked like Taylor was still to delay time. If it was really Taylor, they should have released a similar photo, and they should have taken it standing in front of the French window with the hole, to prove that Taylor was really in London. In addition, if the mysterious lady was really Taylor, why didn't she like Link's fat tweet? She would like and retweet all the tweets from the former Link. Taylor didn't like it today, which means she was angry and the communication between the two sides was unpleasant. Link looked at these messages and smiled helplessly. He believed that, even if he released a frontal photo of Taylor and asked Taylor to like it, those people would still close their eyes and say, "I don't believe it, I don't believe it." He decided to ignore it for the time being and let the media spread rumors. For an entertainment star, because he was lazy to explain, and because he had just defeated the British boxing star Carl France, many British media were very unfriendly to him. After seeing him exposed to rumors and even scandals, they began to spare no effort to promote it, trying to defeat him with this scandal and regain the lost face. For this reason, on the day when Link won the WBC Gold Championship, the media was full of news about his cheating. Even though Link held a press conference at Heathrow International Airport that afternoon, made some explanations, and walked into the airport side by side with Taylor in front of a large number of media reporters. Many media were unwilling to accept the facts. They believed that Taylor was a stand-in, not the real Taylor. Some said that Taylor rushed over from the United States to save the situation, and praised Taylor as American Good Annie. This incident even involved several British actresses, including Keira Knightley, Emma Watson, Adele, and the models walking the runway at the Dyer fashion show. The news about Link's cheating was reported in the British media for half a month before it gradually died down. Because of this scandal, Link's popularity in Hamburg, England, soared, and even ordinary British people knew that there was a boxer and singer named Link Baker. The publicity effect was better than the millions of pounds spent by the promotion company on advertising. According to statistics from Kingston Data Research, before the boxing match, out of 5,000 respondents, 1,059 had heard of Link's name, 658 knew he was a singer, and 297 knew he was a boxer. After the rumor, 3,858 of the 5,000 respondents said they had heard of him. 3,617 knew he was a singer, 3,522 knew he was a boxer, and 3,809 said he might be a playboy. Jack's fame in the UK skyrocketed, and he became a black and red celebrity. In this fake news incident, the media that benefited the most were The Sun, the Daily Mail and other media. Their news attracted almost the whole world's attention during that time. Haha, thank you Link for making us a lot of money. I would like to call him my lucky star. In the Sheaf bar on the east bank of the Thames, Detective Charlotte smiled as she flipped through the news. Jack, it's yours. Reporter Gary took out £1, about 10,000, and pushed it in front of Detective Charlotte. Detective Charlotte squinted her eyes, glanced at the pile of banknotes on the table, then looked at Gary opposite her, and said with a smile, Bernard, I'm a detective and good at getting information. I heard that you became the head of the manuscript photography team of the entertainment news department of The Sun with this news, and also received a bonus of £100,000. The other expenses should also be tens of thousands. You only gave me 10,000, isn't it a little less? Reporter Gary adjusted his glasses and smiled. Jack, you inquired right, it's £100,000, but this time we distribute according to work. Do beauty treatments. I think £10,000 is reasonable. Fuck. Bernard, I worked hard the past few days, running around with you, and even went to the roof of the hotel with Biggs. I risked going to jail to help make big news, and now you say that Charlotte said with a cold face and angrily. Gary frowned. Jack, this time it's not just you who has to take risks. James and I do too. In comparison, we need to take bigger risks. But you'll also get more. You'll get a promotion and a raise, and James will be reused for his contribution in catching Biggs. I'm the only one who didn't get any credit. I think I'm entitled to a bigger share of the money. Charlotte. Reporter Gary shook his head and took out another stack and pushed it over. Is that enough? I think it's more appropriate to discuss the money sharing after James comes. Charlotte said. As he was talking, Officer Ryder strode into the bar with a gloomy face. James, today is a celebration party. Why are you so late? Charlotte asked. Something happened. Officer Ryder immediately glanced at it and said in a low voice, I told you from the beginning not to cooperate with Biggs, but you didn't believe it. Now you're getting someone to tell me that we should get him out as soon as possible, and when we get out, prepare £500,000 for him, otherwise he'll leak out our carefully planned things. £500,000? Gary and Charlotte couldn't help but exclaimed. That bastard is a robber. We shouldn't have cooperated with him in the first place. Officer Ryder picked up the glass and drank it in one gulp, saying with a gloomy face, what should we do now? Reporter Gary looked at Officer Ryder and Detective Charlotte nervously. If Biggs exposed this matter, if everyone knew that the news was a conspiracy between the four of them to create fake news, he would not only lose the opportunity for promotion and salary increase, but he might also be fired by the Sun. This was definitely not the result he wanted. If he exposes it, we won't be in jail. Charlotte looked at Officer Ryder and asked. Officer Ryder nodded in silence. Gary and Charlotte's faces suddenly became ugly. Chapter 231 Many good news and one bad news. After the WBA/WBC Super Middleweight Golden Vocalist competition, Link flew back to Los Angeles. When he returned to the airport, the fake news about his cheating was still popular on the internet. Therefore, when he walked out of Los Angeles International Airport, many reporters stopped him and asked, "Who is the mysterious lady?" Link said it was Taylor, and he had held a press conference at the London airport. The reporters asked again, "Where is Taylor? Why didn't I see her?" Link said Taylor was playing in Paris and came back a few days ago. The reporters all looked unconvinced. Link was too lazy to explain, went home to play with cats, and participated in the rehearsal of the tour. Shortly after the boxing match, relevant data was also released. On that day, the revenue of O2 subway entrance was 12.67 million scenes, and Link's 15% was about 1.8 million scenes. A total of 630,000 copies were sold in North America, 550,000 ordinary signals, and 280,000 high-definition signals, with an average of $75 per copy, and a total revenue of about $47.25 million. A total of 460,000 copies were sold in the UK, with an average of $65 per copy, and a total revenue of $29.9 million. A total of 1.07 million copies were sold in Europe and other regions, with an average of $59 per copy, and a total revenue of $63.13 million. According to the original agreement, Link and Dynasty Promotions will receive 60% of PPV Leisure in North America, 20% in the UK, and 15% in Europe and other regions. Link and Dynasty Promotions earned about $43.8 million in PPV, add 6 million appearance fees, 7 million match bonuses, and 1.8 million snatches. The total revenue of him and Dynasty Company in the game was $58.6 million, which was nearly 20 million more than the 40 million predicted by Ring magazine. After the relevant figures were disclosed by the media, people from all walks of life were amazed. Link earned 58.6 million voices in just 171 seconds, earning 350,000 Spanish per second, a real human money printing machine. In addition, in this game, his opponent was the average famous Carl France. If it was replaced by De La Hoya, Mayweather and others, the total prize money of the game would definitely have a chance to exceed 200 million elephants. The Ring magazine published an article saying that Link has reached the standard of boxing. It took De La Hoya 6 years to achieve this, Mayweather 10 years, Pacquiao 12 years, and Link only took 1 year and 3 months. Link will not be the next Ali, the next Tyson, the next De La Hoya, and his achievements in boxing will be immeasurable. The Ring magazine commented that Link is not only a powerful boxing champion, but also a commercial boxing champion. With his outstanding appearance, muscular body, and humorous conversation, he is favored by women all over the world. De La Hoya called him the next golden boy. Bob Arum, president of Top Promotions, said in an interview with the Chicago Tribune, Link has become the best spokesperson for boxing. Because of his outstanding image and good hype, his commercial value is greater than Mayweather, De La Hoya, and Pacquiao. At present, Strict Promotion has reached a cooperation with Dynasty Promotion. We will jointly promote Link's boxing matches with Dynasty Promotion, Main Event, Competitive Room Sports, Golden Boy Promotion, Don King Promotion and other promotion companies. In the future, Link's PPV income and peripheral income will be higher, and his matches will be more exciting. This time, even Don King and Lauduva, who have not appeared for a long time, openly talked about Link in the media. Don King praised Link as a blood-boiling boxer and his boxing matches were pleasing to the eye. Lauduva claimed in an interview with the New Yorker magazine, boxing has developed to a new stage. We will face collective crises and challenges. In this process, we need someone to stand up and prepare for boxing. We old guys are looking for spokespersons for boxing. K may not be the most famous and brilliant local boxing champion, but his role in the development and promotion of boxing will not be weaker than any other champion. With the praise of his peers, Link's fame in the boxing world has also soared. He has even surpassed Mayweather, Pacquiao, and the Klitschko brothers to become the brightest star in the boxing world. Although it is good to be famous, and it is convenient to make money, Link also notes that he is still a newcomer. In terms of professional records, the number of gold belts, and the target of boxing fans, he is far behind several veteran boxing champions. These gaps cannot be made up by media hype for the time being. Excessive hype is all bubbles, which is not necessarily a good thing. Franco, please ask Mr. Duval, why did Mr. Donking and President Aaron come out to praise me recently? Do they have any conspiracy? Link was lying on a bench by the swimming pool, flipping through a magazine, and called Franco. Conspiracy? Why do you think so? Franco asked in surprise. Although I'm good and famous, I'm not qualified for the 3 old predecessors to come out and praise me. I feel like this is a kind of praise and killing, and I must be careful. Praise and killing? Franco didn't quite understand the meaning of the word. Link explained that when a person wants to smash a piece of porcelain, the higher he lifts it, the more it will break. Franco laughed and explained, the reason is very simple. You are strong. Boxing matches are exciting, and after becoming the boxing champion, you actively promote the sport of boxing. This shows that you practice boxing not only to make money, but also to develop and expand this sport, so that more people in this industry can make money. They are very happy that you have this idea and put it into action. They think you are better than Mayweather and Tyson in this regard. There is another reason, which you may not be happy to tell. Oh, what's the reason? I've been seeing articles of praise recently, and I need some bad news to adjust my mood. Link joked. Franco laughed. My father said that he pushed you just now because there are no outstanding people in the boxing world at this stage. He had no choice but to choose you, a person who is not doing his job. Ha. What old Duve meant was that a tall man can be picked out from among the dwarfs. There are no heroes in the world, so let the little ones become famous. Hearing this, Link was relieved. It was good that there were no conspiracies. He was too busy recently and did not have so much time to deal with other people's calculations. Mary, come here. Be careful not to fall into the water. Link looked at the little guy by the swimming pool who suddenly looked at him, meowed, took a cat step, jumped down from the swimming pool, walked to the bench next to him, and called out to Olivia. Olivia lay there and didn't want to move. Her eyelids fluttered and she dozed off again. Mary was bored, so she ran to the lawn to catch insects for Link to eat. Ding ling ling. The phone just dropped and it was on the carpet again. When Link woke up, he picked it up and saw that it was a call from Evica. Hey, beautiful lady, do you have a new job? You sound leisurely. Evica asked in a light voice. Are you kidding? I have to train, shoot commercials, and rehearse with the tour group every day. How can I have a leisurely time? You are the president. You should know this. Well, there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Evica asked directly. Link thought for a while. Bad news. Chloe Biggs is dead. Chloe? Who? The thief hanging outside your window. Link remembered that it was the guy with rotten teeth. How did he die? And what does his death have to do with it? Is this also bad news? According to British media reports, he died of a drug overdose. Because he revealed your privacy to the media some time ago, the British Sun and other media tried to link this matter to you, creating an atmosphere that you hired a murderer. The illusion of murder. Although this kind of stolen money has little impact on you, there are still some punitive effects. We are fully urging the legal team to go to the UK. This time we must not let the Sun off easily, Evica said coldly. Judging from her tone, she was obviously irritated by the report in the Sun. Link smiled and said, we have a part-time lawyer team for legal matters, so we don't have to spend too much energy on it. What's the good news? Last week, the total sales of Keep Movin' in the UK exceeded 2 million copies, rushing to the 3rd place on the UK album sales chart. The total sales of your 2 albums in the UK exceeded 2 million copies. You are also the only American male singer to achieve this achievement this year. This news sounds good. There is also good news. There are many companies in the UK who want to invite you to be a product spokesperson. There are about 27 companies. The endorsement fee exceeds 5 million and there are 6 companies with good reputation. I have sent the product list to your email. You can take a look at the product introduction and decide which product to endorse. Okay, I'll take a look later. Link nodded and talked to Evica about the arrangements for the live concert. The tour will be in mid-October. The first one will be in Miami, and 22 concerts are planned to be held this year, an average of 2 per week. Link's scalp tingles when he thinks about the performance. But the personal income from each concert is more than 2 million, more than 20 concerts, 40 million. Thinking of this, he was a little excited again. Link put down the phone, stretched, and dived into the light blue swimming pool. Meow. Meridian arched his back and jumped on the shore. Chapter 232. The crew visits the set. In its 10th week, Go Forward sold 78,000 copies in the United States, dropping to 4th place on the Billboard album sales chart, and its potential is almost exhausted. The Champion is the 4th studio album Crazy Love released by Canadian pop jazz singer Michael Bublé, with first week sales of 147,000 copies. The runner-up is Christmas Special by Italian tenor Andrea Bocelli, with 125,000 copies. The third place is Madonna's newly released collection album Celebration, with 96,000 copies. The total sales of Go Forward in the United States have also reached 2.943 million copies. It is expected to break the 3 million mark in 3 weeks, but it is still a little short of Tenor's Fearless. In the Billboard singles chart, See You Again topped the singles chart for 5 consecutive weeks with weekly sales of 327,000 copies. The song's online and offline sales in the United States exceeded 18 million copies, and the total global sales reached 50 million copies, becoming the best-selling single of 2009. Selena's Let It Go was released for the 3rd week. With the strong promotion of Disney Music, it broke into the top 10 this week and ranked 7th. Lana's Young and Beautiful ranked 31st. Canadian kid Justin Bieber's One Time ranked 17th. According to media reports, Justin Bieber's first album My World is expected to be released in early November, and the release time of Selena and Lana's first albums will be another fierce competition. Mars Bruno's new album is also ready, and is expected to be released in December. This album includes the hit rap singles Lighters and I'm the One cover version, as well as Mars and Little Bobby's collaboration Nothing on You, which is also a very competitive album. Hi. Kenny. At noon, at the Los Angeles Art Theater, Link, wearing a sweatshirt and sweat pants, walked into the rehearsal dance hall and was greeted by Mr. Kenny Ortega. Kenny Ortega was the director of MJ's comeback concert. Because MJ died, the concert fell through, and Ortega also stopped his work. Link had to cooperate well with the other party in 2 rehearsals. Director Ortega's control of the live stage, artistic aesthetics, and special effects design are all at the top level in the industry. When preparing for the concert tour, he invited the other party through the company to serve as the other party's tour stage director, and each performance could give him and his work team 3% of the loss. After consideration, Director Ortega agreed to join, which also made him a tour stage director. In addition to the on-site stage director, the tour team also has an artistic director, band, choreographer, lighting director, costume director, sound director, etc. A total of 207 people, comparable to a large crew. Since the tour plan was finalized in September, everyone has been busy preparing for the tour. After training every day, Link also comes to the stage of the art theater to rehearse under the guidance of the choreographer. Sometimes he needs to dance and sing at the same time. After 5 consecutive songs, the amount of exercise is no less than a boxing match. Hi, Link. When Link came, director Kenny Ortega and choreographer James J. Milliken were talking together. Milliken is a famous Dutch dancer and a famous Hollywood choreographer. He has participated in the choreography of movies such as High School Musical and Dreamgirls. He also participated in the dance design of MJ's comeback concert and is a workshop choreographer. Seeing each other frowning, his expression was not very happy. Why did it grow? Link asked. A dancer has been selected by the Black Swan crew and is preparing to leave the dance team to become an actor. We are discussing new candidates. Director Ortega said. Link nodded. Black Swan is a new movie directed by Darren Aronofsky. The project started in September. The famous movie star Natalie Portman plays the leading role. It is also a hot project in Hollywood recently. Being selected by this crew is also an excellent opportunity. He didn't care much about this matter. The dancers belonged to Milliken's people. He didn't need to care much about whether they stayed or left. After the warm-up, Link and his partners began to rehearse on the stage. There are more than 30 songs in his 2 albums, 8 of which are suitable for singing and dancing. He only needs to rehearse 8 dances. For the other songs, he only needs to hold the instrument, carry the guitar, or sit in front of the piano to sing. It is not difficult to perform. After the rehearsal at the art theater, Link drove to Wood Middle School in Burbank to see the shooting details of the Scandal project and play a small role in the movie. In August, after he decided to invest in the film, Catherine negotiated with director Will Giller on behalf of Palm Beach Pictures. After Link promised not to interfere with the crew's filming and casting, director Will Giller heard that Palm Beach Pictures, which was launched by Warner, was going to invest. He expressed his willingness to produce the film with Dubay Beach Pictures, appointing Emma Stone as the heroine, and inviting Link to play the supporting actor at the same time as the male role that the heroine secretly loves, and paying him 1 million yuan. The reason is that he is famous enough, and he can completely make up for Emma Stone's shortcomings in the lack of summoning power in the possession. After Link saw the sky of the supporting actor, there were only 12 scenes before and after, which was similar to the scenes in Valentine's Day. It only took 5 days to concentrate on shooting, so he agreed. In addition, Screen Treasures is a subsidiary of Warner Pictures, with a mature production and distribution system, and cooperating with the other party can also save some basic. Scene 47, 2 takes, 1 time, action. When he was on the scene, the crew was playing a drama clip in the classroom. The literature teacher was telling the story of the famous book The Scarlet Letter, which tells a story about a woman who lost her virginity. In the past, she would be labeled with a scarlet letterer and become a slut. The heroine Emma Stone also became a slut because of a scandal. She got inspiration and labeled a red A on her chest, which caused quite a stir in the school. It is a relatively light-hearted and humorous campus comedy movie. The tour is about to start. How come you have time to come? Catherine, wearing a sun hat, walked over from the sun and handed him a bottle of ice water. Link smiled lightly and took the water in his hand. The tour is actually not that busy. I'm now training boxing for 4 hours a day and rehearsing for concerts for 4 hours. The rest of the time is very free. 4 hours of boxing training and 4 hours of rehearsal, that's 8 hours. Is working 8 hours a day considered very free? Catherine looked at him with a funny look. Compared to before, when I was very idle and busy, my schedule was almost messed up. During this period, I get up at 6 o'clock every day and go to bed at 9 o'clock in the evening, and I have arranged it very regularly again. Link shrugged. The habit of going to bed early and getting up early is very good. After Selena got a laptop, she lay on the sofa to watch videos and play games. As soon as she got home, I didn't let her play, so she hid in the bedroom and continued to play under the quilt. I didn't have time to take care of her in Los Angeles during this period, so she probably played even crazier. Catherine said helplessly. It doesn't matter. She is young, and it's the time for her to love to play. Besides, she will release an album next month, so she probably won't have time to lie at home and play. Catherine smiled slightly. Where is Taylor recently? I called the day before yesterday and said she was in Nashville. After coming back from Paris last time, Taylor said that she had no inspiration living together, so she moved back home for a few days and then went to live in an apartment in New York for a few days. The day before yesterday, she took a bus back to her hometown of Nashville, saying that she wanted to walk and watch to find creative inspiration. Link didn't dare to stay at home either. Catherine watched the performance on the set and suddenly asked, "You and Taylor have been together for almost a year, and you haven't talked about getting married or engaged." Marriage? Link shook his head and replied with a smile, "She and I are only 20 years old. It's too early to talk about this topic." He didn't object to it. Taylor was too famous. If she wasn't on tour all year round, she would have to record records, compose, and after completing all these tasks, how much time would she have for her family? And he was too busy with boxing, music, and movies. If he really wanted to get married, he would have to wait 7 or 8 years or more than 10 years, when the net worth of both parties had accumulated to a certain level. He would need to work to make a fortune. Yes, you are still young and there is no need to rush into marriage. but I think, if you really want to continue caring for Taylor, you should learn how to manage a family as soon as possible and spend more time at home. The same goes for Taylor, Catherine said. Link nodded and felt that what Catherine said made sense. How to manage it? He has never been married. Although he had been with several girlfriends before, the time never exceeded half a year. Taylor took time for him. When communicating with Taylor, he was also cautious and groping. Therefore, he was not very good at managing emotions and family issues. Catherine remembered that it was not difficult, just like this. But suddenly she remembered that he was hers, and she also thought of the failure of her last son's marriage, which made Link an orphan. It seemed like a joke to say that she was good at managing the family in front of him. In addition, she thought of her husband who was far away in New York and her 3-year-old daughter. In the past 2 years, she was busy with work and running around. The family affairs were mainly taken care of by her husband. If it weren't for her husband's good temper and gentle personality, the second marriage would probably be like her situation. How could there be any successful experience to pass on to him? Catherine? Link looked at Catherine, who was suddenly stunned, and shouted. Catherine shook her head and patted him on the back of his shoulder. This question is too complicated. There are some words about hiking. There are such books in bookstores. If you know Abraham, go read the book and treat it as a homework. The effect will be better than what I tell you. Okay. Link touched his shoulder and nodded. Chapter 233, A Man Living Alone. Hi, Emma. After a scene was shot, Emma Stone came over from the set. She was wearing a blue dress and had a nice figure. Her appearance was not top notch, but her style was good. She had big pine green eyes, which gave people a feeling of, "Hi, boss, you are here." Emma Stone brushed the hair by her ear and smiled at him. Link raised his eyebrows. He just praised her for being smart, but in a blink of an eye he wanted to take back her words. "Are you sure you want to chat with the boss?" "Okay, Link, I'm kidding." Emma blinked and smiled, with cunning in her eyes. The heroine has more scenes. Do you feel tired? Of course not. I like it now. There are boring scenes every day. I don't have to worry about finishing the role after shooting for a few days and looking for other roles. Sometimes I can't find one in a few months. That would be too bad. Now it's really great. Emma Stone's face was red and her eyes were excited. Link nodded, looked at Catherine and said, "Emma is young and has good physical strength. You can give her a few more roles and she can also exercise in the crew." Catherine nodded and smiled. "During this period, we are also looking for suitable scripts, participating in movie auditions, and at least 3 plays in the future." "Very good. If there is a good script, the other part is budget investment. You can show it to me. I have a lot of money in my hands." Link looked at Emma Stone and smiled. "Congratulations, you are going to be a movie star." Emma Stone pulled up the corners of her mouth with a stiff smile. When she heard Link ask if she was tired just now, she thought that Link was concerned about her health, but she should insist on calling him boss. This guy is a capitalist who wants to squeeze the surplus value of employees as soon as they meet. It's just that Emma feels a little gloomy when she thinks that the capitalist family is younger than herself and will probably be squeezed by the other party for more than 10 years in the future. Come on. You will become the most dazzling star in Hollywood in the future. Link waved his fist and smiled. "Thank you for the compliment, boss." Emma Stone pulled up the corners of her mouth and forced a smile. "Link, Emma still has a little time. Don't you want to act together? It will be smoother in the future." Catherine took out her sight. When Link spoke, Emma Stone shouted excitedly. Seeing that Link and Catherine were looking at her in confusion, Emma Stone brushed her hair and smiled slightly. "Link is very busy. It's not easy to come to the crew. I just happen to have time. I'm willing to act with Link." "Okay, Emma, thank you." "You're welcome, boss." Emma suppressed the corners of her mouth that wanted to curl up, secretly excited, and finally she could take revenge. Link's role is Todd, a schoolgrass and sports athlete. He is also the object of the heroine Oliver's secret love. After Oliver became the queen of campus gossip, he began to notice her and had a good impression of her. He doesn't have many scenes, and his lines are not even 50, so it's not difficult to act. During the scene, Emma Stone got into the role quickly and raised the character's emotions very high, which caused him to be unable to connect with many lines, and his emotional expression was not smooth, which made his performance very awkward. Link had to repeatedly call for pauses to readjust his state. But Emma was very happy, and the corners of her mouth were almost pulled down to her ears. After more than an hour on the crew, Link said goodbye to Emma Stone, who was reluctant to leave, and drove back home. On the way, he received a call from director Darren Aronofsky, who said that he didn't know that the dancer was a member of his touring team. He had terminated the contract with the other party and apologized to him. Link's reaction to director Darren was a bit surprising. This matter was not important to him, and he didn't even have the idea of asking the crew for someone, but director Darren immediately opened up to each other, which was indeed decisive. Link said it didn't matter, the touring team was still being formed, and it wouldn't have any impact. Director Darren also told him that the post-production of The Fighter had been completed, and if there were no problems with the release date, it was expected to be released in November or early December. Link asked the other party if he was ready to compete for the Academy Awards. Director Darren affirmed this. The operating rules of art films are different from those of commercial films. They do not need too much commercial publicity and mainly rely on awards from great film festivals. The more awards an art film wins, the better the quality is, and it is more cost effective when it is released. If The Fighter can win a few Oscars or nominations, the results will be more beautiful. Link wanted to ask director Darren if he had a chance to be nominated for the Best Actor at the Academy Awards, but he thought about it and decided to forget it to avoid embarrassment. After returning to the villa, he made a pasta into cat food. While eating, he called Taylor and asked her where she was today. Taylor said that she disguised herself as an ordinary person today and performed in a tavern in Nashville. The audience said that her voice was like Taylor Swift and advised her to participate in American Idol and have a chance to become a singer. Link advised her to be careful and remember to bring Emily and the bodyguard when going out. While calling, Olivia and Meridian were meowing beside him. Taylor heard their cries and said that he missed the little ones very much, so he asked him to send 2 of them by FedEx. Link said no, because Ollie and Mary were both Scottish fold cats, and they were weak to begin with. If they were locked in the airplane's warehouse and fainted, they would be scared to death. Taylor also felt that air transport was not a good idea, so she asked him to take a few photos and send them to him. Link refused to take them and joked that she should make good use of her longing and write songs for the 2 cats. Taylor snorted at him in dissatisfaction and said that she would take the 2 little ones away when she came back next time and would not let him hold them. Link had no choice but to take a few photos and send them to Taylor to cheer him up. After finishing the call with Taylor, when he was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen, his cell phone rang again. Dino called and said, "Hey, Link, Mario is in trouble." "What's wrong?" Link remembered that Mario had a professional game today. He was beaten up. "No, there is no physical injury. You should watch the ESPN broadcast first. There is news about his game at this time." Dino said, "Okay." Hearing that there was no physical injury, Link didn't care too much. After finishing his housework, he came to the small theater, made a cup of tea, and switched the TV program to ESPN. ESPN is the abbreviation of Sports Entertainment Network. It is a free sports channel that broadcasts sports events for free 24 hours a day, including NBA, Wrestling League, boxing, etc. It is also the sports channel with the highest ratings. Link opened it and saw that Mario's boxing match was in progress, and the venue was Atlantic City. The opponent was a new boxer who was weaker than him. The match went smoothly, and Mario KO'd his opponent in just 3 rounds. His current professional record is 4 wins and 1 loss in 5 fights. After the match, Mario, the beautiful host of ESPN TV, asked him how he felt about the match. How strong was his opponent? Mario looked at the host's big chest and smiled. "You ask David? Haha, his strength is very good, and he almost KO'd me." The host said that the boxer named David did not seem to be able to defeat him. Mario laughed with his big belly and mouth open. "Beautiful lady, I said this is not the way. David is very fast. Just in the game, he ran around me like an electric fan. If he runs faster, I will probably catch a cold. After catching a cold, I will have a fever. In serious cases, I will faint. In this way, David can knock me out. Ha. Mario thought he was very humorous. After the show was broadcast, he attracted some criticism, saying that he was humiliating his opponent and being too arrogant. After Mario switched to professional boxing, the major event company promoted him, saying that he was the #1 sparring partner of boxing champion Link and one of the earliest boxers in West Boxing Gym, 3 years earlier than Link. With the help of Link's fame, Mario also received widespread attention in the boxing ring and became a well-known boxer. Because of his fame, saying such words in public will naturally attract some criticism. Link, you didn't read the boxing news. Many people are scolding Mario. Dino called and asked. Link shook his head. This little thing was nothing. A bad reputation is also a reputation. It's no big deal. Link, you became famous by talking big at the beginning. I plan to let Mario learn from you. Let him continue to talk nonsense in the media and challenge the heavyweight champion to attract attention. What do you think of this idea? Are you kidding? Link shook his head and replied, I said those words because I have the power. Mario, can you? If you want to train him to be a real boxing champion, urge him to train seriously, play well, and don't talk nonsense in public. If you want him to become an internet celebrity boxer, you can also try this method. Internet celebrity boxer? It sounds good. Dino muttered in a low voice. Link was helpless. With the rise of the internet, many people became celebrities through online platforms such as YouTube, such as Justin Bieber and Lana Del Rey. It is easier to become famous, which also leads many people to try to take shortcuts and become internet celebrities first and then become celebrities. When a group of people choose to be internet celebrities and some of them succeed, the atmosphere in the entertainment and boxing circles will also become lively. Everyone was desperately trying to become famous, using every possible means, instead of trying to improve their own strength. Link had no way to change this, nor was he willing to change his training. All he could do was to be serious and rehearse seriously, first to be a boxing champion, then a good singer. After more than a month of training, his tour was about to begin, and the first member stood up. Chapter 234 Tour Guests. In mid-October, Link's first tour began, first in Miami, where the concert was held at the Hard Rock Arena, where the WBA Boxing Championship was held. The first concert attracted 87,000 spectators. It was more lively than Lady Gaga's first concert in Miami. The first song of the first concert was See You Again, sung with Wiz Khalifa, and the second half attracted a large chorus of tens of thousands of people in the audience. The finale was the Spanish song Despacito, and Fatty James, Michael, Daniel, more than 30 beach neighbors, and 50 professional dancers were invited to dance Latin dance on the stage. During the performance, the audience also danced along. The atmosphere was simply explosive. It's great. Link, did you see that? Several people in the audience danced with us. Boom, boom. It was like an earthquake. After the performance, Fatty James was so excited that he danced with joy, and his big face was red. He still wore a baseball cap, with his reddish-brown curly hair hanging under the brim like a cape, a large Heat jersey on his body, a gold chain around his neck, and a hip-hop youth look. It was awesome. It was like a dream that I would suddenly be dancing in front of so many people one day. Daniel from the hot dog shop and Michael from the surfboard shop were also talking excitedly. Link sat in the nanny car, looking at the three people with a smile. This time he came to Miami for a concert and invited the three people and the neighbors to dance on the stage. It was also a sudden idea. After discussing with director Ortega and choreographer Megarum, everyone thought it was worth considering. They asked everyone to try it first and see how it works on the spot. After trying it, it was not bad. Most of the residents on the beach can dance Latin dance. They have parties on the beach and sing and dance together. The only thing they need to consider is courage. It is easy to make mistakes if they are timid and can't let go when performing on a stage with many people. James didn't want to go up at first, but after everyone's persuasion, he went on stage to dance. As a result, he was the one who had the most fun. Hey, Link, you are a superstar now, how do you feel? Michael gestured with his hands. It feels good. Not bad. Link smiled lightly and poured a glass of champagne for the 3 people. Not bad, right? I think it must be very cool. When you first came on stage, 80,000 people cheered together. Wow, that's it. My heart was beating wildly when I was watching from the audience. If I was on stage with 80,000 or 90,000 people cheering for me, I would probably have a heart attack. Michael said with heavy breathing, hoping that he was experiencing the same situation. You have to know that this is not the first time I have experienced such a scene. In the boxing ring, at other concerts, and MTV, Grammy Awards, those scenes are no smaller than this time. I have experienced too many, and I'm used to it. Link, aren't you boxing? How did you become a singer and star? It's amazing. Daniel from the hot dog shop asked with champagne. Lucky, I didn't know that releasing an album was just a test, but the first one sold well, and then I became a singer. Link laughed. This is also the truth. If the market for the first album is too bad and the market does not accept him, is it so easy to be a singer? Link, look at me. When I had no chance as a singer, I went to become famous? Michael asked excitedly. Link looked at Michael. His image in the music industry was also above average, but being a singer required a high level of voice and creative talent. One could not become a singer without seeing it. Want to listen? Here. Forget it. I'm a little nervous singing in front of you. Michael shrugged and smiled. Michael, don't think about it. It's not that easy to be a singer, James said while enjoying the air conditioning in the car. Link shook his head. He knew that Michael had a dream of being a star and didn't want to be just an ordinary surfboard shop owner. Those who had this idea were better than the fat man who only knew how to guard the baker shop all over the world. It's difficult. Michael, if you are a singer, you can shoot cover videos and post them on YouTube. Now many scouts of record companies select people from there. You can try it. Okay, I see. Michael nodded. Link, can you stay in Miami for a few days after the concert? James turned around and asked. We are already in Houston. We will go to Houston for rehearsal tomorrow and perform the day after tomorrow. So soon. You are too busy in one day. We were planning to hold a party on the beach to celebrate your successful performance. James frowned and said. Next time. We are very busy these days and have no time to play. I think we will be free next year. Link smiled softly. Arriving at the Atlanta Beach Ocean Boulevard, the business car slowly stopped. James and the other 2 got out of the car. Link looked carefully at the baker's shop next to him through the car window and asked Bob to drive away. He is a big star now. I feel that he will never go back to the beach again. Daniel said as he looked at the car going away. Yes, he is a billionaire now. If he is worth hundreds of millions, I heard that he has big villas in New York and Los Angeles. Why would he go back to the beach? Michael said with some envy. No, he will come back. He said that when he has money in the future, he will buy a big villa in Miami Gardens. I believe what he said. James didn't say anything. The 3 of them walked side by side towards the beach shop. The setting sun shone on the 3 of them, stretching their outlines. Suddenly Michael sighed and said, do you feel that your life is boring now? James shook his head. No. Daniel said a little, but it feels good. Michael spread his hands and said, I think living like Link is not living in vain. Living in big hotels, driving luxury cars, having a big singer girlfriend, thinking about Keken every day, and there are many people paying attention to him wherever he goes. It must be very enjoyable to live like him. Don't joke about that. Flying around the world like him, without even time to rest, I can't stand it. James said, shaking his chubby face. Isn't it better to be busy? I also want to be as busy as Link. Michael waved his hand and went back to his surfboard shop. After a while, the sound of guitar rang in the room. We are going to lose another playmate. Daniel was eating ice cream. James scratched his face and pushed the door into Baker's shop. Link's concert was held for the 2nd time in Houston, the largest city in Texas. The concert was held in NRG Singer, and a total of 65,000 concert tickets were sold in 12 hours, and all were sold within 3 days after the release. Because the number of tickets was limited, the sales speed was faster than Miami. The guest of the concert that day was Selena Gomez, who was an Australian from Texas and only appeared in New York at the age of 10. She will release her first album soon. Being a guest at his concert is also a good publicity platform. At the concert, Link sang Let It Go, Rainbow and Unstoppable with her. The atmosphere was also very warm. Link, how was my performance? When she finished singing Unstoppable and stepped down from the stage, Selena took his hand and blinked her big eyes at him with her little round face full of praise me. Wow, it's incredible. Selena, you almost stole my limelight on the stage just now. You are only 17 years old. How can you be so amazing? Are you a genius? Link looked at her in shock and praised. Haha, you're right. I, Selena Gomez, am indeed a genius. Selena patted her chest and raised her little mouth proudly. If she had a tail, it would be up to the sky at this time. Dang. Ms. Mandy tapped her forehead. Miss Genius, can you please get all A's in the next exam? Selena immediately puffed up her little face, covered her forehead, and said dissatisfiedly, Mom, everyone is so happy. Why do you say such a spoil sport? Also, Ms. Mandy, I'm a participant invited by you now, not your daughter. You'd better be polite to me, otherwise I will complain to you. What? Ms. Mandy glared and was so angry that she wanted to hit someone again. Link smiled lightly, stopped Mandy and said, Selena is right. She is a guest today. We should be nicer to her. Selena raised her little face proudly, stuck out her tongue at Mandy, and then listened to Link say, it's not too late to hit her after the concert. Selena immediately frowned and rolled her eyes at him. Feeling unsatisfied, she patted him again. Link had a performance next and there was no time to chat backstage. After changing his clothes, he wore a sequined leather armor, exposing his muscular arms. He took the elevator and reappeared on the stage amid dazzling fireworks in the air. There was also a rock band next to him, a famous underground band in Texas, who were invited to participate in the concert. Link. More than 50,000 fans in the audience waved their glow sticks and shouted loudly, and the sound was like a wave. Dang 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 dang. The band began to play Give the Prelude of Me was high-pitched and intense. The shouts of the audience were like the waves shouting at the seaside, one after another. It was not until Link walked to the microphone with his guitar and started singing that the shouts of the audience slowly fell. I remember the black sky, lightning around me. I remember the dark clouds in the sky, lightning and thunder everywhere. I remember every flash. Time began to blur. I remember every moment. The years passed by in a trance, like an amazing sign. Fate finally ended. Found me from mid-October to the end of October. Link held 17 concerts in great cities in the United States, Canada, and Mexico, with the largest number of attendees, and the number of audiences in other cities remained above 30,000. According to the plan of Universal Records and Atlantic Records, there are expected to be 73 concerts in the Americas, 55 in Europe, and more than 50 in Asia and Oceania. These concerts are divided into several stages. After each stage is completed, Link and the tour team will also have some rest time to do other things. So at the end of November, after finishing his performance in Vancouver, Canada, he flew back to Los Angeles to prepare for the super middleweight gold main theme fight of the four major organizations WBA, WBC, WBO, IBF in early December. Chapter 235 Celebrity Neighbors. In the morning, the weather in Santa Monica was good. The outdoor temperature was still above 12 in the morning. It was a very comfortable environment for North America, which was gradually entering winter. Facing the golden sunrise, Link, wearing headphones, a red sportswear, and a 20-pound weight tied to his legs and waist, strode forward on the Bay Road, starting from the beach villa and running to the guitar-shaped pier. Watch a sunrise on the pier, and then run back from the pier. The long-distance running clothes of more than 10 kilometers made the sweat penetrate the body, leaving a sweat stain on the back. Did he? When he was about to run to the villa area, a black Hummer off-road vehicle drove towards him and stopped more than 10 meters away from Link. Hi, Link. The car window was lowered, and he found a familiar profile, fashionable sunglasses, and a tough look. I hope it is an old Schwarzenegger, the male protagonist of the Terminator series of movies, and also the current governor of California. He has been in office since 2003. Mr. Schwarzenegger, I'm glad to see you here. Link stopped and greeted him. Haha, call me Arnold. Schwarzenegger opened the car door and got out, clearly extending his hand to him. Schwarzenegger was taller than him, about 190 centimeters, wearing grey casual clothes and black leather shoes. He was a young man in his 60s, but he still looked very strong, and walked with a swift pace. Link smiled lightly, wiped the sweat from his hands and said, "Arnold, when I rented this property last year, the property manager told me that you also lived nearby, but I never saw you, so I thought I was cheated. Haha, I also have a villa in Prague, but I'm too busy with work and rarely come to live here. I will live in Prague for some time in the future, and I'll come to visit you when I have time," Schwarzenegger said, pointing to the villa manor not far ahead. Link nodded, also reported the number of his villa, and invited Schwarzenegger to come over. "Link, I heard that you and Andre Ward have match in Taiwan this weekend. Come on, I'm rooting for you." "Thank you." The roadside is not a place to chat, so they chatted for a few words and then left. It's not uncommon to see Schwarzenegger here. The villa area in Santa Monica Bay where he rents is a wealthy area. Most of the people here are celebrities, billionaires, and Silicon Valley upstarts. For example, Google CEO Eric Schmidt, SpaceX President Elon Maximum, Netflix's film department director Scott Stubber, and his girlfriend, supermodel Molly Sims, all have properties in Clark. Link has lived here for nearly a year and feels pretty good. He is considering whether to buy this villa. When he returned to the villa, Mizner also came over and brought a stack of magazines and newspapers. He is a public figure and needs to read newspapers and magazines every day. He can learn about the dynamics of the circle and the information of his peers through news information. He can also understand the children's views on him through media evaluations and give himself an accurate positioning. In newspapers and magazines, the top cover person is People magazine, and this week's cover person is himself. This is also the third time he has been on the cover of People this year. At the beginning of the year, the sales of his first album in the United States exceeded 1 million copies, and in August, the sales of his second album in the United States exceeded 2 million copies, which also appeared on the cover of People magazine. In the statement page of People magazine, the article on the top of People magazine detailed his recent tour. He went to 17 cities in 17 concerts on the 49th, attracting more than 80 people to watch live, and collected more than 65 million users. People commented that he is a new generation of American pop culture idol, has a great influence on young people, and is a rising superstar. The second magazine, Business Weekly, focused on reporting his recent activities and the commercial value they created, including the boxing match in September and the North American tour in October. It means that the income in these 3 months is about 80 million and the profit of the surrounding business is not less than 500 million. Business Weekly called him the most efficient person in the sports and entertainment circles in 2009. In addition to these two magazines, other newspapers and magazines have reported on his North American tour, and the comments are relatively positive. Link flipped through it and felt it was pretty good. Although he was a little tired of the praise, it was still more pleasant than the criticism. "Anna, how many copies of the album did you sell this week?" Link put down the newspaper order. In addition to earning tickets, he also held concerts to sell albums. He could earn $5-12 for every extra album sold. This week, the first album sold 26,000 copies in North America and 6.87 million copies worldwide. The second album sold 92,000 copies in North America and 9.37 million copies worldwide. The annual sales exceeded 10 million copies. Anna swiped the tablet. Link nodded and felt a little useless. As the second person, he had countless champion singles and the bonus of being a boxing star, but he couldn't sell as many albums as Lady Gaga and Taylor. This also gave him a sense of frustration that a hero could not defeat the times. "How are the album sales of Selena and Lana?" Link continued to ask. "Come and Get It ranked 16th on the sales chart this week, with cumulative sales of 634,000 copies in the United States, and Young and Beautiful ranks 9th, with cumulative sales of 487,000 copies. Wow, that sounds pretty good." Come and Get It is Selena's first album, released on October 22nd, and is a pop electronic music and dance music style. It ranked 2nd on the Billboard album chart in the first week of its release, 5th in the second week, 8th in the week, And 16th this week. Young and Beautiful is Lana's first album, released on November 2nd, and is a sadcore, baroque pop, and classical music style. The first promotional single Young and Beautiful ranked as high as 15th on the singles chart. The second promotional single Video Games ranked as high as 3rd. This album was released 3 weeks ago and ranked 5th, 7th, and 9th on the Billboard album chart, respectively. Selena's ranking is more stable. Similar albums have the opportunity to exceed 500,000 copies in the first month of release, which is a very good result. According to the statistics of Billboard in 2008, among the albums released in the United States in 2008, only 20 albums sold more than 1 million copies in the United States, 52 albums sold more than 500,000 copies, and 168 albums sold more than 200,000 copies. The album's first month sales exceeded 500,000 copies, which can already be ranked in the top 50 of the Billboard annual sales chart. By the end of the year, there is hope that it will enter the top 30. For 2 newcomers, it is really good. Anna, is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Mizana slid a few times on the tablet and said, "Boss, yesterday, he was sentenced to 1 year and 1 day in prison by the Atlanta District Court for illegal possession of firearms. This is his second kidnapping due to illegal possession of firearms. What does it have to do with me? I don't compete with them for the charts anymore," Link said while eating fruit salad. Mizana smiled and said, "I don't know, but last month, the New York police found 4 ounces of marijuana, 1 ounce of cocaine, 41 grams of hallucinogenic drugs and a pistol on Lil Wayne's tour bus. This is the 4th time he has been arrested by the police for drugs or firearms. Before they were arrested, most of them were on probation and could be released from prison by paying bail. This time, they were sentenced to at least 2 to 3 months in prison and no less than 1,000 hours of community service. Everyone knows that you have conflicts with them, boss. I'm worried that at the premiere of The Fighter tonight, a reporter will ask this question and ask your opinion on this matter. Boss, you need to make some preparations in advance." "Okay, I understand." After breakfast, Link went to the gym to train for 4 or 5 hours. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he set off to Universal Studios to attend the premiere of The Fighter, which was also his first movie starring. Chapter 236 movie premiere. We drove to Hollywood Boulevard and met Selena, who arrived first in the outdoor cafe outside the cinema. She was wearing a blow-off shoulder top with long curly black brown hair draped over her shoulders. Her round face and delicate collarbone gave people the feeling that my daughter had grown up. "Why are you here just now? I've been waiting here for a long time." Selena saw him coming. Her eyes lit up, and she pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "Wow, whose princess is this? How can she be so beautiful?" Link smiled gently, took her hand, and walked onto the red carpet in front of the cinema. The premiere of The Fighter was held in the Laser Theater of Universal Studios. The premiere was not large, but there were also many famous reporters and thousands of fans waiting to enter. Seeing Link coming with Selena, the fans shouted loudly, "Where's Taylor? Why didn't you invite her? She's been recording songs in the studio recently. I haven't seen her for 3 days." Link waved to the fans on the sidelines. "She's too strong, and so are you." Netizens say that the competition in the music industry wasn't that fierce before, but since you and Taylor joined, it's become very fierce, especially in the pop music field. Selena complained softly. When she heard fans in the audience shouting Selena, she smiled sweetly and waved to the fans. She was also a little drama queen. You should complain about Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Rihanna, Britney, Rihanna, Adele, Avril. Well, the competition between you female pop singers is really a challenge. Link counted the female singers active in the pop music scene in 2009 and found that they were all great. In comparison, the competition pressure in the field of male pop singers is less. Most male singers debuted in groups such as NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, Westlife, Linkin Park, Coldplay, Maroon 5, Green Day, etc. Most of them are rock singers. Male singers who debuted alone mainly sing country music and rap, such as Garth Brooks, Keith Urban, Tim McGraw, Can I, Eminem, etc. In the field of pop music, There are very few male singers who debuted as soloists, but if they succeed, they will be very popular. In the past, there were Elvis Presley and MJ, and Justin Timberlake who successfully transformed after the millennium. Now Link, and Justin Bieber who has not yet grown up. And Link has made extraordinary achievements in the fiercely competitive music scene. In addition to the high quality of the album, the status of a boxing star, the high appearance, the good singing ability, and the good publicity, there is also continuous news hype. Others do not have these conditions, so naturally they cannot reach this level. But you are also amazing. The sales of your first album ranked second in the first week, and the sales of 600,000 copies in the United States in the first month are amazing. It's not worse than my first album at all, Link praised. Hearing his praise, Selena narrowed her eyes in delight and tightly grasped his arm and said, I also think I'm amazing. My first album sold 60,000 copies in the United States in the first month. Do you know what 60,000 means? It means that more than 60 people spent money to listen to my singing. It feels really great. Selena couldn't help but jump up while speaking. Link stretched out his hand to press her shoulders to stop her from losing her composure in front of the media reporters. Yes, you are amazing. In the future, you will become a big singer like Britney, Taylor, Lady Gaga, and hold concerts everywhere every day. Everyone will call you Superstar Selena. When I want to invite you to watch a movie, you won't have time. Haha, no, I will make time for you, Selena said with her arms and knees open. Link smiled gently, feeling that Selena is very good now, pure and happy, and hope that she can be happy like this forever. Mr. Baker, can I interview you? Several reporters shouted outside the red carpet area. Link nodded and pulled Selena to the sidelines. Mr. Baker, your first round of North American tour has ended. When will the next round of tour be held? A reporter from The Hollywood Reporter asked. It is expected to be held in North America in April or May next year. There are more than 70 concerts in the Americas. According to the plan, there will be 3 stages of interruption, and the closing ceremony of the final world tour will also be held in the United States. Mr. Baker, yesterday, singer T was sentenced by the Atlanta District Court for illegal possession of firearms, and last month, singer Lil Wayne was arrested by the police after a large amount of supplies and firearms were found in his car. There are news online that these things are related and are the follow-up of your competition with East Coast Rap. Do you agree with this? A reporter from USA Today asked. Link smiled and said, it sounds interesting, like the plot of a Hollywood movie, but I don't have a role here. Mr. Baker. The reporter from the Los Angeles Times passed the microphone. Last week at the launch of Justin Bieber's album My World, a reporter said that his album style has many similarities with Go Forward, and believed that he summarized the musical style of Go Forward. Justin Bieber denied this, claiming that he prefers the songs of Jay-Z, Can I, and Lil Wayne, and the album style is more influenced by them. Mr. Baker, have you heard Justin's new song? What do you think? Link was a little surprised. He was busy with the concert last week and didn't hear about the news, and Anna didn't say anything either. In addition, he hadn't heard the songs in My World, so it was hard to judge whether the other party's style was similar to Go Forward. Even if it was similar, it was normal. Both of them are singers in the field of pop music. Go Forward was very successful. It is said that the singers who followed the trend also had similar albums with similar names in the European and American record markets after The Fighter and Go Forward, but unfortunately they did not have many successes. Link, that guy named Justin is trying to take advantage of your popularity. Don't pay attention to him, Selena said softly. Link pulled her hand and said to the reporter, yes, I know Justin Bieber. I have also watched his cover videos on YouTube. He is a young man with great potential. As for his new album, I'm on tour recently. I'm sorry that I didn't hear it. I will listen to it when I have time. Mr. Baker, some people think that Justin Bieber deliberately mentioned Jay-Z and Can I when answering reporters' questions. He stood on the side of East Coast Rap in your competition with East Coast rappers. What do you think of this? The reporter from American Express asked. This kind of dispute is unnecessary. Besides, today is the premiere of The Fighter. I prefer to answer questions related to the movie. Please don't fight, gentlemen. Link waved his hand and said. After hearing this, the reporters reluctantly ended the previous topic and changed the topic to ask about the movie. At the same time, they asked Selena a few questions about her new album. After answering 7 or 8 questions, Link and Selena walked into the cinema. Selena's little face was also tanned red by the Los Angeles sun. HMPH, that guy named Justin is just trying to ride on your popularity. Link smiled lightly, thinking of the fact that Selena and Justin Bieber had a relationship that lasted for several years. Selena is the next pair of infatuated men and resentful women in the music industry. If Selena hates Justin Bieber because of this, will they still be together in the future? He's just a 15 or 16-year-old kid. There's no need to compare with him. His album style and work attitude mainly depend on the guidance of his agent. His general agent, Scooter Braun, is Kany's former agent. He has a good personal relationship with Kanye, Jay-Z and others. In this matter, he certainly stands on Kany's side. In addition, Justin Bieber's master is Usher, who is also a famous black blues singer. Usher's master is Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy is the boss of the New York rap scene. In the 1990s, he launched the Bad Boy record company and cultivated many famous singers, including Big, Jay-Z, Mary J. Blige, as well as Latin queens Jennifer Lopez and Mariah Carey. His agent and master are close to Eastern rap, which also led to Justin Bieber being greatly influenced by this group of people. Several of his popular songs on The Shore have obvious black music styles, and he is a white and black singer. From these points of view, Justin Bieber's public statement that his album style is closer to Jay-Z and Kanye is also true. Justin Bieber took the initiative to mention Jay-Z on that occasion, and he is indeed suspected of standing in line. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 The Pregnancy Is Not Yours. When Link arrived at the cinema hall, the crew of The Fighter was almost all there, including producer Darren Aronofsky, director David Russell, Christian Bale and others. After leaving the crew, Link didn't catch up with the few people he had met, and now that they were together, they had to chat. Link, when will the next album be released? I'm also a fan of yours now. Christian Bale smiled. Really? About March or April? Link smiled gently and introduced Selena to Bale. Selena said that she liked Bale's Batman the most and was his superfan. Bale smiled happily and praised Selena for being cute and beautiful. Link talked to Darren about his new movie Black Swan and asked him if he had a suitable supporting role. He was willing to try. Director Darren smiled and said that if he wore a tights and studied ballet, he could consider giving him a supporting role. Link thought it was okay. It would be strange for a boxing champion to dance ballet. He found director David Russell again and asked him if he had any new works. I remember Russell had a movie called Silver Linings Playbook, which had a good reputation and helped Jennifer Lawrence, the heroine of The Hunger Games, win an Oscar for Best Actress. I don't know when it will start filming. I greeted the other party in advance. If they needed a male lead, he could give it a try. If they lacked investment, he could also invest. After chatting for a while, he found that one person was missing, the heroine Amy Adams. Since filming The Fighter, he has never seen Amy again. He only saw the news of her marriage to her boyfriend in the newspaper. He was about to ask director Russell about Amy's situation. Then he saw Amy Adams slowly walking in from the aisle, wearing a green dress. The skirt was very popular, but it still couldn't hide the extraordinary belly. Seeing the pregnant Amy, Link was stunned for a moment, thinking of what happened that night, and couldn't help but get nervous. He also remembered that Amy Adams hoped to get married and have children this year, which should have little to do with him. Hi, Amy. Seeing everyone go over to say hello, Link also went and said hello to Amy. Amy Adams saw him and smiled gently. Link, you are so popular this year. You can hear your songs everywhere. Fortunately, congratulations on becoming a mother. Link looked at her. Thank you. Amy Adams stroked her abdomen and looked for a gentle smile below. With her fair and moist cheeks, the whole person seemed to be glowing. The premiere ceremony of the movie began. Link and the main cast and crew talked about some things about filming on the stage, answered some questions from the media, and the movie began to be shown. The opening scene was Link in the boxing ring. The director of Bill HBO TV kept interrupting and said that he would help Dick record a documentary. Dick thought it was a promotion for his comeback and was very excited. He told everyone that he was about to come back. In fact, this was a documentary being filmed by HBO TV about drug abuse. Dick, a former professional boxer, was a negative example. Link Walking Mickey also has another identity as a road paving worker. Workers have tools to repair the road surface on the highway. His mother used to be his brother's boxing agent, and now she is his agent again. But his mother is more concerned about Dick's comeback. In a game, she arranged a fight for Mickey, and Mickey was beaten badly. Because of this incident, Mickey had a rift with his family, and met the heroine in the bar, and fell in love. With the encouragement of the heroine, Mickey found a new agent, and won several games in a row. This also caused dissatisfaction among Mickey's family, who thought that he was led astray by Annie. They only wanted Annie, and didn't want Annie's people. The two sides had a fierce dispute, and his mother asked him to choose between home and Annie. The protagonist Mickey also faced a serious crisis, whether to choose a career or a family. This plot is David Russell's most exquisite subject, and the movie was made very wonderful. Link, Belle and Amy's performances in the play all fought against each other, and they played very tacitly, especially his emotional drama with Amy Adams, which looked very wonderful. Before, Link felt that he was a little far away from the Oscar for Best Actor. After watching the play, he felt that he acted very well, and it was not that he had no chance to win the Oscar statuette. Selena, what do you think of my performance? Link asked casually, but he didn't hear the answer. He turned around and saw Selena sleeping on the seat with her eyes closed. She was sleeping very soundly, and there was still crystal saliva hanging from the corners of her mouth. Link shook his head and said that he fell asleep at the last premiere of Selena's movie. Now it's his premiere, and Selena fell asleep. It's a tit for tat. Link, you acted so well. Amy Adams smiled beside him. Thank you. Thanks to your guidance and the crew. Otherwise I can't act at this level. You're welcome. Amy Adams shrugged her shoulders, suddenly uttered a soft ah, and covered her lips with her hands. What's wrong? Amy Adams smiled slightly, covering her lower abdomen and said, the baby just kicked me. How many months? Link looked at her strange belly mask. Quickly Amy Adams glanced at him lightly and said with a slight movement of the corners of her lips, don't think about it. It's okay. Well, I do oppose this possibility. Linkston spread his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the incident did not lead to a big mistake, nor did it destroy the relationship between Amy Adams and her husband. After that, he felt relieved, but also inexplicably a little disappointed. It was a very strange feeling. Clap, clap. The movie ended, and there was a burst of warm applause. Selena was awakened by the applause, and immediately sat up straight. She stared with wide eyes for a few seconds, looked at her opponent, and suddenly stood up, clapped her hands and shouted, wow, that's great. This movie is so wonderful. Link, you acted so well, with Oscar-level acting skills. Definitely Oscar-worthy. Enough. Too exaggerated. Link shook his head. If he hadn't seen her fall asleep and drooling just now, he might have been fooled by her. Tell the truth. Did you go there last night? Reading. Selena blushed and stuck out the tip of her tongue. Reading? Do you think I will believe it? Link pointed at her forehead. Selena would be in Los Angeles before this. In order to promote her new album, she signed with Walt Disney's Hollywood Records, which is headquartered in Los Angeles, and most of the album promotion work is also concentrated in Los Angeles. On the other hand, Catherine and Mandy's recent work center is in Radar. Mr. Gomez is busy with business and left her in New York with no one to take care of her. She is addicted to online games and TV series all day long. Mandy brought her here and also wanted to urge her to study. But Selena's current condition is obviously a bad habit that is hard to change, and Mandy and Catherine need to pay more attention to her. Running. Every day. Selena frowned, feeling a little embarrassed. In addition to running, I also practice boxing. You run so beautifully. How can you protect yourself if you don't learn boxing? Okay. Selena heard him praise her for her beauty, and she didn't care about anything else and agreed. The premiere of the film ended. On the same day, the film was screened in 6 theaters in the United States, earning 28,000 box office tickets, with an average box office revenue of $4,667 per theater and an attendance rate of 68%. Among art films, this is a good opening data. The media also gave a very good evaluation of the film. The director David Russell, who deserves praise, once again used his unique directing style to tell a wonderful and interesting story, saying that The Fighter is a movie worth watching. There are also newspapers praising Bale's explosive acting skills, and he is expected to be nominated for the Best Supporting Actor Oscar next year. Amy Adams' performance is still wonderful, and she is a powerful star. Since Link is a popular star, the media has more comments on him. Adam Simmons, a famous film critic, wrote in the Los Angeles Times, "When I first heard that the crew of The Fighter was going to watch the leading role with Link Baker, I thought director David Russell had made a fatal mistake. Link is a world boxing champion, but not a world-class actor. Let him play the leading role in an art film. I think the upper limit of this film will not be too high." With this idea, I waited from the beginning of the filming to the release of the film, just to see if Link would mess up a movie again. This Friday, I couldn't wait to go to the cinema and watch The Fighter again. After watching it, I was surprised to find that Link was not wasted. His performance in this movie was not outstanding, but it was definitely not this role, and it did not affect the quality of the movie. Link's performance in this movie has improved compared to Infinity, but there is still a lot of room for improvement. I give him 3.5 stars. The New York Post commented, "The film is full of the film style of director David Russell. The plot is innovative, showing a strong boxer. The inner emotions and the outburst of the walking hero Link are also bright. He uses his excellent acting skills to play opposite Christian Bale, Amy Adams, and Melissa Leo, and he is not shy at all, which is very rare. It also successfully shuts up those who questioned his acting skills." Movie Variety commented, "There is no doubt that Link has fought a comeback with his wonderful performance in The Fighter, but in comparison, Christian Bale's performance in the play is more exciting." In addition to the reviews praising him, there are also many criticisms. The New York Times said that his performance in the movie was not as good as Christian Bale's, and the character he created was not as three-dimensional as Dick Bale played by Bale. It also said that he was no longer a performer and there was still a gap of 10 movies. The review said that he chose the right role, but not the right diabetes. As a new actor, he dared to act opposite Christian Bale, Amy Adams and other military actors in this movie, which was undoubtedly asking for trouble. Rolling Stone magazine and Ring magazine criticized him for not doing his job properly and advised him to spend more time on his new album and boxing matches. He was only 20 years old and had a lot of time in the future. Even if he wanted to be an actor, he didn't need to be too anxious. In general, the good reviews accounted for about 60%, and the bad reviews accounted for 40%, which was a significant improvement over the 70:30 ratio of Into the Blue. Link, you performed well in this movie and won the recognition of everyone. If you increase your public relations efforts, you will have a chance to win a few movie awards. Do you want to try? Ivica called and asked. Do you have a chance to win an Oscar? Of course not. Ivica said bluntly. Okay, I'm kidding. It would be fine if I won an Oscar. My goal as an actor is the Oscar statuette. The Golden Globe is also fine. I'm not interested in other film festivals for the time being. Besides, my acting skills still need a lot of improvement. And this time at the National Music Awards, because of MJ, you probably won't win many awards. You have to be mentally prepared. Ivica said. Link nodded and said, seeing Taylor and Selena coming down the stairs holding hands, he said goodbye to Ivica and hung up the phone. Chapter 238 American Music Awards. Who are you calling? Why did you hang up when you saw us coming down? Taylor and Selena came down from upstairs one after another. They had just changed their clothes upstairs and were going to attend the American Music Awards tonight. Taylor was wearing a black long skirt and a small dress and black high-heeled leather shoes on her feet, which made her figure look taller and slenderer. Selena was wearing a black wallet with red inside and white sneakers on her feet, and she was dressed very fresh and cute. It's Sevika. My new movie role has a good reputation. She asked me not to publicize the award. In this matter, Link did not hide his intentions from Taylor. Really? Taylor smiled slightly and blinked his eyes. She is your partner in music. How could she think of helping with the public relations of the movie award? She is really good to you. Don't get me wrong. Movie awards are also good for promoting albums. Evika has more experience in this area than Catherine and Mandy, so she called me to ask me. Okay, whatever you want. I won't be surprised if I see you in bed one day in the future. Taylor pushed his shoulder away and walked into the dressing room. Selena followed Taylor and suddenly stepped back to his side. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Brother, listen to me. Stop it. With a girlfriend like Taylor, other women will soon be gone. Taylor is very powerful. Be careful not to be caught in bed by her. Don't talk nonsense. When have you seen me with other women?" Link flicked her forehead. "Last year, you told me that you had many girlfriends. Don't try to deny it. That was just a joke. You'd better not. I stand by Taylor in this matter." Selena sniffed and followed him into the macule room. Link shook his head and waited outside for more than half an hour. At about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Taylor and Selena came out of the macule room. Two beauties, with delicate macule and fragrant bodies, stood together, one tall and sexy, the other pretty and cute, and both raised their chins, looking difficult to approach. Link didn't care what tricks he was playing. He urged the other party to get in the car quickly. The American Music Awards ceremony was about to begin. This year's American Music Awards was held at the Nokia Center in Los Angeles. The American Music Awards is one of the 3 major music awards in the United States. The award ceremony is held at the end of November every year. The American Music Awards selection is mainly based on the singer's album sales and clicks in the current year. The announcement data is calculated from Billboard magazine and websites, including album and digital single sales, radio on-demand volume, network traffic, social media activity and concert sales. Voting starts in mid-November every year. Fans can simply say who has the highest album sales in the United States and who has more fans. The probability of winning the award will be greater. The winner takes all, and there will be no cake sharing like the Grammy and MTV Video Awards. By November, the 2009 Billboard album sales chart report card was basically released. 3 albums sold more than 3 million copies in the United States, which is better than the results in 2008/2007, and tied with 2006. Sales champion, Taylor Swift's second studio album Fearless, released in December last year, has accumulated sales of 3.32 million copies in the United States. Runner-up, Susan Boyle, the famous Susan Boyle, made her debut on Britain's Got Talent at the beginning of the year. Her first album I Dream Daydream sold 3.15 million copies in the United States. Third place, Link's second album Go Forward, which was released for 21 weeks and sold 3.12 million copies in the United States. Fourth place is MJ's Champion Singles Collection album Number Ones, which sold 2.48 million copies in the United States. Fifth place is Lady Gaga's The Fame, which currently sells 2.38 million copies in the United States. Sixth place is Andrea Bocelli's Christmas Special, which sold 2.21 million copies. Seventh place is Link's The Fame. Fighter was released nearly a year ago and sold 2.19 million copies in the United States, ranking 7th on the annual sales list. 8th place is the soundtrack of the TV series Hannah Montana, which sold 1.83 million copies. 9th place is the Black Eyed Peas End, which sold 1.78 million copies. The 10th place is Eminem's Relapse, which sold 1.73 million copies. The 10th place is Jay-Z's The Blueprint 3, which sold 1.71 million copies. The situation is more complicated. Although Link's 2 albums sold more than MJ's number ones, the sales of the 2 albums added up to 5.31 million copies. But MJ passed away suddenly in June, and his early albums also became hot commodities in the record market. This is it ranked 13th with 1.29 million copies. Thriller ranked 15th with 1.27 million copies, and the collection The Essential Michael Jackson ranked 21st with 1.15 million copies. At present, the total sales of all MJ's albums this year have reached 8.2 million copies, which is higher than the total sales of Link's 2 albums. The winner takes all rule and the result of commemorating MJ. MJ has a greater chance of winning the award, so Eva K reminded him on the phone. It is noted that there is no need for Eva K to remind him that MJ is also one of his idols. He just passed away, and he is not willing to compete for awards with a dead person. The judgment of the American Music Awards that night also confirmed his guess. Taylor won 5 awards, including the Most Valuable Comprehensive Artist of the Year award, Best Pop Female Singer, Best Country Female Singer, Best Country Album award, and Breakthrough Artist of the Year award. MJ won 4 awards, Best Pop Male Singer, Best Soul Male Singer, and Best Contemporary Legend, and also became the singer with the most awards in the history of the National Music Awards. Link won 2 awards, the Best Pop Album Go Forward, and the Best Artist of Adult Contemporary. Jay-Z won the Best Rapper and Best Rap Album. The Black Eyed Peas, Beyoncé, Whitney Houston and others all won awards. Lady Gaga and Katy Perry, who became popular this year, did not win any awards, and Eminem was also a runner-up. In this respect, the indicators of winning the American Music Awards are greater than those of the Grammy and MTV Awards. If you want to win this award, album quality and sales are indispensable. Mr. Baker, with your achievements this year, you had the chance to win Artist of the Year and Best Male Pop Vocalist, but you didn't win. Many fans feel sorry for you. Do you feel sorry for that? A reporter from Billboard magazine asked in an interview after the award ceremony. Of course not. Link was on the round stage, holding 2 pyramid-shaped crystal trophies. Taylor is my daughter and my music teacher. MJ is my idol and my goal. They won the awards more than me. I can win these 2 awards because of them. Mr. Baker, I heard that you and Taylor will release your 3rd album next year. Many people think that the battle for the album chart next year will be between you and Taylor. Who do you think will win next year, you or Taylor? An editor from Vanity Fair magazine asked in an interview. Link thought for a moment and said, Taylor and I have an agreement that we will collaborate on 1 to 2 songs on the next album, so no matter who wins, it's a win-win for us. Mr. Baker, you are very popular in the European and American pop music scene. You are the most popular male singer in pop music. Many media call you the new king of pop music. What do you think of this title? Asked the editor of Vanity Fair. Link smiled lightly and said to the camera, it is my honor. I have been working towards this goal and try not to disappoint my fans and those who support me. Chapter 239 Big Guy Records. After answering a few questions, Link said goodbye to the reporters and editors and returned to the party. After the American Music Awards, Vanity Fair held a celebration at the Hilton Hotel, inviting many singers to the party. Link, Taylor, Selena, Lana and others were all there. Link, do you want to take out these 2 trophies for a raffle? Lana walked through the crowd with a champagne glass in her hand. She was wearing a white pleated skirt and had long curly brown chestnut hair. She looked very classical and elegant. Do you want to participate in the raffle? Yes, but there are tens of millions of records. I think it will be difficult to win. Lana shrugged and stood up. Your album sales are good, and you will have a chance to win this trophy in the future. I'll give you this one, and you can exchange it when you get your own next time. Link smiled lightly and gave her the trophy for the best album. What if I don't get it? Lana smiled while holding the trophy. Then you should reflect on yourself instead of asking me what to do. Link shook his head and saw Selena coming over, so he sent another chariot to her. I'm ready to go back. Where's Taylor? She's over there. Selena was pointing to the crowd in front, which included Taylor and Lady Andrea, and Big Machine Records president and producer Scott Borchetta. Taylor and Justin Bieber look very familiar. Would you be angry if you saw them? Selena said as she exploded the trophy. Link shook his head and smiled. Taylor and Justin's friendship is going to end at the MTV Video Awards. At the MTV Awards in September, after Taylor stepped down, Justin Bieber took the stage as the host and said, Taylor deserves the honor, and asked the audience to applaud Taylor. Later, Taylor saw the broadcast and had a feeling for Justin Bieber. Because of this, Justin Bieber entered Taylor's circle of friends and also regarded Justin's agent Scooter Braun as a friend. Until a few years later, the conflict between Taylor and Kanye broke out again. Justin and Scooter stood at Kanye's scene, which led to Taylor being accidentally injured by fans, causing unexpected trouble for Taylor. Scooter also became the person Taylor hated the most. The contract with Big Machine Records ended, and it was announced that it would not be renewed, which caused dissatisfaction from Scott, the president of Big Machine Records. Scott, without telling Taylor, paid $300 million for the copyright of her first 6 albums to Scooter, whom she hated the most. Taylor launched a public opinion war with Scooter and others to fight for the copyright. Justin Bieber also stood on Scooter's side, mocking Taylor with songs and comments. On one side is the king of pop, and on the other side is the queen of pop. The fight between the two sides has affected the world music scene and attracted many people to stand up. Although Link knew about the future entanglement between these people, he would not tell Taylor now that those people were not good people and asked her to stay away from them. It was useless to say so. Taylor is very opinionated and a smart person. She knows how to deal with troubles. Even if she is set up like this by a few people in the future, she will not suffer the loss of troubles. Instead, she will win the support of many fans in the music industry and become the #1 in the music industry. This also shows that some losses and blows are very necessary in the growth process of celebrities. Just like after the keyboard snatching incident, Taylor's popularity soared, while Kanye West encountered a strange situation and did not attend this American Music Awards. Hi, Link, congratulations. Lady Gaga came over with a glass of wine. Although Lady Gaga did not win any awards tonight, she performed the closing performance at the awards ceremony. In addition, last week, Lady Gaga won the Billboard singles chart with her hit song Bad Romance, and also pulled "See You Again" off the championship throne, ending 12 consecutive championships. Afterwards, Lady Gaga called him to apologize and said that she would buy him a drink. She said it again when they met today. Link certainly did not need such an apology. The song "See You Again" was able to win the championship for 12 consecutive weeks in the fiercely competitive 2009, which really exceeded expectations. He was not dissatisfied with it. Link, I wrote a song and need a male singer to help sing. Your voice is very suitable. Are you interested in working with her? Lady Gaga looked at him and smiled. Of course, I like your songs. Link agreed uneasily. Lady Gaga is such a flashy and sensational singer. Listening to her songs carefully, you must like her style. In addition, Lady Gaga's songs are groundbreaking. Working with her, he can also learn something useful. After seeing off Lady Gaga, Link chatted with some acquaintances including Katy Perry, Eminem and Carrie Underwood. Katy Perry was a bit unlucky this year. Her songs were also very popular and her album sales were also good. But she was always overshadowed by Taylor and Lady Gaga. She was always a runner-up in the Grammy, MTV and American Music Awards, unlike Lady Gaga who won several awards at the Grammy and MTV. But she will be back to normal next year. With California Girls, she became a hit and sold more than 4 million copies in North America, becoming the queen of the song. Carrie Underwood is also a country music queen. She released her 3rd album Play On last week. It sold 315,000 copies in the United States in the first week and topped the Billboard 200 album chart. Her development pace is not much worse than Taylor and Eminem. His next album Recovery hopes to be the next album sales champion, selling more than 3.4 million copies and also successfully fought a comeback. Seeing these 3 people, as well as the newly debuted Lana, Selena, Justin, and Mars, Link felt that the fierce competition in the future might make him work harder, and it would be more difficult to continue to win. After a few words, Taylor, Mrs. Andrea, and Scott Borchetta came over. Scott is 48 years old this year, and is specifically the head of the production department of Universal Music in Nashville. He left Universal in 2005 and returned to Big Machine Records, signing Taylor who had just jumped from RCA Records and successfully helped Taylor produce and release her first album Taylor Swift and 2 works Fearless. Big Machine Records also became a famous record company in the United States. Last year, when negotiating the copyright of Dream It May Be, Link expressed his views with his opponent. At that time, Despacito became popular on YouTube, with more than 50 million views, and Link also became an internet celebrity. Scott wanted to sign him, and make him, and Taylor both famous singers of Big Machine Records. After thinking about it, Link refused. The other party was in the process of reformation, and was also a capitalist, focusing more on profit. At that time, Link was already a boxing champion, and had plenty of money. He didn't want to be worked for by others. Later, he persuaded Evoca to set up Link Music, and become a capitalist himself. After his 2 albums and Lana's first album sold well, Link Music's reputation in the music industry soared, no less than Big Machine's record. He and Evoca were both laymen, and in album production and promotion, as well as in grasping the market trend, they were temporarily not as good as Scott Borchetta, a veteran in the music industry. This was also the reason why he knew that Taylor would terminate the contract in the future, but was tricked by the other party, and did not poach someone. If he had poached Taylor in advance, he would not have been able to ensure that Taylor could achieve such success. In addition, Taylor had an independent personality, and would not agree to work under Evoca. Haha, Link, congratulations on winning 2 awards. Scott Borchetta smiled and stretched out his hand. Link shook his hand. Thank you. Congratulations to Big Machine for reaching the biggest award at the American Music Awards. This is really eye-catching. Haha, Pumpkin, the total sales of your 2 albums are more than 5 million copies. All the singers in the music industry this year are worse than you. Scott laughed. Link smiled lightly. If it weren't for MJ's death and Taylor's explosion this year, he would have organically collected all the reserves of all the artworks. Link, look here, are you envious? Taylor came over, picked up the Artist of the Year trophy and smiled. Don't show off. Next year it's mine. Next year I will also release 3 albums, and it's not certain who will win this award. Taylor said without giving in. Borchetta glanced at each other and smiled. Link, you and Taylor are a couple, and you are the most powerful male and female singers in the music industry. You have never cooperated before, and you co-created a couple album. I think this album will definitely create a miracle. We discussed this issue in June, but we were too busy and didn't have time later. You can consider it. I look forward to ZHU and Link Music's cooperation. Borchetta said. Link nodded and looked at Taylor. How about it? After releasing 3 albums, do you want to collaborate on an album? Taylor blinked and thought for a while. Collaboration is not bad, but I like to write sentimental love songs. I'm worried that we won't be able to write good songs if we collaborate. Why not try it? I know, let's give it a try. Taylor shrugged and smiled. You two collaborate? That's terrible. Please give us little singers a chance to survive. Selena protested with a frown on her round face. Let's collaborate on another album next. Link put his arm around Selena's shoulders and smiled. Okay. Happiness is that simple. Hearing him talk about collaboration, Selena instantly became excited again. Chapter 240, Little Leo's Invitation. On the evening of the 25th, the American Music Awards ceremony came to an end at the Nokia Center. Taylor won 5 awards, and became the biggest winner of this year's music awards. Link, who did not feel wronged, was considered by the media as the best at the American Music Awards. With the sales of more than 5 million copies of his album in 1 year, he would have been eligible for the Best Artist of the Year in any previous year. This time, when MJ passed away, he did not even get the Best Male Singer in the pop category. Many people lamented that he was unlucky. However, Link's answer to reporters afterwards also won praise from everyone. Taylor is his Annie and music teacher, and MJ is his idol and goal. There is really no need to regret losing to these 2 people. After the training for the American Music Awards, Link was busy again, and participated in the promotion of the release of The Fighter. The Fighter was released for 3 days, and earned $127,000 box office in 6 theaters in the United States. The average box office per theater per day increased to 70.55 million yuan, and the attendance rate reached 81%, which is at the upper level among literary and artistic films and performed well. The film's previews performed well. The distributor, Paramount Pictures, will increase the number of theaters showing the film to 1,209 on Monday, and the first week's box office is expected to be around 20 million. Other commercial blockbusters released at the same time include The Twilight Saga 2, 2012, The Fault in Our Stars and Up. The fighter broke through the competition of these blockbusters and achieved good results. Link, don't watch those things. In an open-air cafe on Hollywood Boulevard in Los Angeles, director Woody Allen came over, took the newspaper from his hand, sat down on the rattan chair opposite him, took off his hat and said, "You are an actor. After the movie is released, that movie doesn't matter. No matter how many shares it has, or what the reviews are, it is an established fact that you can't change. Watching those things will only waste your time. I want to see how these people criticize me, and then find a way to correct it, and avoid making the same mistake again." Link said hello to Woody Allen. After all, he was training in the boxing gym. Woody Allen called and said he wanted to talk to him. He had no choice but to put down the barbell and come over to sit. Woody Allen laughed, untied a cigarette and said, "There are very few experts who write movie reviews. If you listen to their advice, you will go further and further astray. The best place for an actor to get promoted initially is in the crew." Okay. Link nodded in approval and called the waiter to give director Allen a cup of coffee. "Come, take a look at this. I found a girl you like." Director Woody Allen took out a few photos and put them on the glass table. Link picked them up and looked at them. There were Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba, Scarlett Johansson, Corey McAdams, Kristen Stewart, Amanda Seyfried, Liv Tyler, Megan Fox, etc. They are all popular actresses in the circle and their acting skills are pretty good. The one I like. Link looked at it again and smiled. They are all great. It's hard to find one I don't like. You have to find one, because after the filming starts, you need to take care of her for dozens of days, hunting for lovers. If you choose the wrong one, you will be upset in the end. Director Woody Allen said, while stirring his coffee. The sunlight was too dazzling, so he called the waiter and asked him to move the awning over to block it. "How about Kristen? I know her very well, and it should be good to take care of her. In addition, she is also very popular." Link knew about Woody Allen. When filming, he preferred to cooperate with famous movie stars, and acting skills were secondary. Later, when he was almost 90, he also cooperated with Selena to film A Rainy Day in New York. A little cutie and a stubborn old child. The process of cooperation must be very interesting. "Kristen? Why are there still photos of her?" Woody Allen took the photo and looked at it. "Kristen is not good. Her face is too cold, suitable for playing sad dramas. My plays are mostly light comedies. Her style is not suitable." Link shook his head helplessly and took out a photo of Scarlett Johansson. "You have worked with her the most times. How about working with her again?" Director Woody Allen took some photos and touched his chin to take a closer look. After all, she was the original candidate for the heroine, but a young man is older than you and has a more mature face. You two are not a good match for the fiancé, and Anne Hathaway also has this situation. Link covered his forehead, feeling that the old man was shaking him. "According to age, no one here is suitable for me. How about her?" Woody Allen took a photo from the pile of photos and pointed it with his fingertips. "Jennifer Lawrence, a native of Kentucky, is 19 years old this year. The movie The Burning Plain she starred in is very good. I suggest you go and see it." Link looked at the photo of Jennifer Lawrence. She was not very beautiful, with some baby fat on her face and obvious freckles, but her acting skills were really good, unique among the actors, born in the 1990s. "Since you have the right candidate, what else do you want me to choose?" Link raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, "Haha, we are still discussing it. We haven't decided on the role yet. If you think it's not suitable, we can change it," Woody Allen said with a smile. Link nodded, took out his phone, opened his diary, clicked on the photo of Emma Stone, and handed it to Woody Allen. "I've seen Jennifer Lawrence's movies. Her appearance and temperament are strong, suitable for strong female roles, but it doesn't seem to be suitable for our play. This is Emma Stone, who has acted in several comedies and is suitable for light comedy. Her acting skills are also great. Do you want to try her?" Director Woody Allen looked at her and nodded, saying that he would watch her play first before making a decision. "Link, this movie is scheduled to start filming in March or April. I hope you can grow your hair longer." You have a great face shape, and you will definitely be more handsome with long hair. If you wear a pair of glasses, I bet. Link touched the short hair on his head. He had no objection to growing his hair long. It was easier than gaining dozens of pounds. In March and April, in addition to the tour, he will also release a new album, and maybe a boxing match. The time probably can't be missed. Link told director Alan about the situation. The tour was arranged in advance, and it was impossible to miss it. It doesn't matter. We can consider filming other scenes first, and then shoot your scene at the end. Director Woody Allen nodded and said. Link also breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed easier to talk to acquaintances. If it was a strange director, it would be time to change the role. After chatting for a while in the cafe opposite, Director Allen left early because he was busy with something. Link called Catherine and told her about the situation of Midnight in Paris, asking Emma Stone to try it. At the same time, he talked to Jennifer Lawrence, the heroine of the burning plane mentioned by Catherine. Go and check if she has a contractor company. Jennifer Lawrence is also a very promising newcomer. It is a good idea to sign her while she has just debuted. Link, there is one more thing. After the release of The Fighter, the response was very good. The reviews in the newspapers all praised your good acting. The company received more than 30 scripts, all hoping to work with you. According to your requirements, big production, big director, high pay, there are currently 2 projects that meet your requirements. One is Real Steel, produced by DreamWorks, with Spielberg as the director, telling the story of a boxer and a robot. The other is Stallone's new film project, an action film, tentatively named The Expendables, with the role undecided. He said he needs to talk to you first. Catherine said on the phone. Okay, you build a building first, and I'll talk to you when I have time. The movie Real Steel, that he had seen, with Wolverine Jackman as the male lead, tells the story of a boxer instructing a robot to fight a boxing match. The plot is average, the effect is good, but the overall quality of the movie is very ordinary. The second movie, The Expendables, is undoubtedly a very good movie. After the first movie was a big hit, Stallone went on to shoot 3 movies in a row, which also allowed Stallone to announce the second spring of his career. However, this movie also includes 2 or 3 main roles that are not bad, and other supporting roles have very few roles. Link also wanted to talk to Stallone to see what role he would give him. If the role is good, it would not be bad to cooperate with a few tough guys. Ding ling ling. Just as Link was about to get up and leave, his cell phone rang again. It was a call to Leonardo, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Hey Link, when are you free? Let's chat. I'm in Los Angeles, Beverly Hills recently. I'll send you the address later. Leonardo said. What to talk about? I don't have time to pick up girls. If you have read the news, you should know that I'm preparing for a boxing match. Link leaned back in the rattan chair, stretched his legs and smiled. Yes, I know. Let's talk about movies. Last time we played basketball, you said you wanted to work with me once. Now there is a good opportunity. The new movie directed by Christopher Nolan is definitely exciting. What do you think? Leonardo said excitedly. Link moved the corners of his mouth. After Inception 2 was released last year, he wanted to work with Leo. But this guy refused and said there was no suitable role. Now that he saw that he performed well in The Fighter, he remembered to cooperate. But Link's time is limited next year. There is not much time for touring, records, boxing, and seizing movies. In addition, the new movie directed by Nolan should be the recently hyped Inception. With Leo, he can only play a supporting role at most. Can he accept it or not? Link thought about it and agreed to go over and talk when he has time. The movie Inception is very good, with more than 1 billion yuan in the world. Shooting such a movie can expand the fan base. Director Nolan is also a good director worth cooperating with. Now he is a supporting actor, and in the future he may have the opportunity to become a male star. After drinking coffee, Link put a tip on the table and drove to the club next door to continue boxing training. The 4 boxing matches of WBA, WBC, WBO, IBF champions will be held on weekends. During this period, in addition to participating in movie promotions, the rest of the time is spent on boxing training. Chapter 241 Link's flaws. Bang, bang, morals, move faster, keep your distance. Remember, when fighting with Link, you must keep your distance. He is very fast and flexible. If you are too close, you can only be beaten. Coach Brooks shouted at the two people fighting on the stage at the beach boxing training ground. The main purpose is to guide Morales, the sparring partner, so that he can fight more circles with Link and create some difficulties for Link's training. And Link's brag. After training in 14 professional matches, his boxing skills are getting faster and faster, coupled with his more than 1,500 pounds of punches, excellent speed, super fast reaction ability, and superb boxing ring thinking. In the field of weight, Coach Brooks doesn't think anyone will be his opponent. Now when he instructs Link's training, his main task is to find Link's weaknesses, check for omissions, and train in a terrifying way to make Link more perfect. Now Link is not only the hope of Dynasty promotion, but also one of the spokespersons of boxing. The stronger his popularity and power, the more passers-by can be attracted to pay attention to and participate in this sport. As more people choose this path, the path becomes a broad road. As a member of the boxing field, no one does not want to see boxing becoming more and more popular and becoming a mass sport. While Coach Brooks was instructing the training on the stage, De La Hoya walked in from outside, dressed in a suit, pointed leather shoes, combed hair, and dressed like a business elite. Coach Brooks glanced at him hurriedly, nodded and greeted him. The beach boxing arena is the training ground of Golden Boy Promotions, and De La Hoya is also a shareholder here. After Golden Boy Promotions and Dynasty Promotions negotiated and preliminarily finalized his match with Link, De La Hoya often watched Link's training, calling it observation. Coach Brooks's move was not surprising. Although Golden Boy Promotions competes with Dynasty Promotions in the main event company, De La Hoya is also Link's next opponent. Both sides seem to be opponents and hostile to each other. In fact, in the boxing industry, except when two boxers fight on the stage, there is a little conflict between the two sides. Other stages include match negotiation, pre-match hype and publicity, and post-match promotion, which are all the result of cooperation between boxers and between promotion companies. A promotion company without a spirit of cooperation cannot gain a foothold in the boxing ring, which also leads to the fact that connections are extremely important in the field of boxing. De La Hoya is first a boxer of a top promotion company. He joined Golden Boy Promotions in 2005 and has developed well in recent years. In addition to promoting his own matches, he has also launched more than a dozen professional boxers and has cooperated with major events and strict promotions many times, including the match between De La Hoya and Pacquiao and the WBA/WBC middleweight championship battle between De La Hoya and Sean Mosley. Golden Boy Promotions has gradually become a more powerful promotion company. Fuck. De La Hoya looked at the training on the stage and suddenly spoke in a blank voice. Coach Brooks looked at him without a doubt. De La Hoya suddenly shrugged. I should have gone to Miami last year to persuade Link to fight. If I gave him 100 million, he would definitely be happy to join Golden Boy Promotion. With him, Golden Boy Promotion, will be the only company that can make big money in the future boxing world. Instructor Brooks shook his head, thinking that what he said was useless. If time could go back, the person who was willing to spend $100 million to sign Link would terminate him, and the powerful boxing company would be happy to do so. Many times, have you found Link's flaws? The purpose of Coach Brooks asking this question was to see what problems Link's boxing had from the perspective of Link's opponent. Of course, there are many problems. Don't ask what they are. You will know when I beat him. De La Hoya touched his chin stubble and added a confident expression. Coach Brooks frowned and looked at him. Are you sure you are not joking? Of course. When have you ever seen me joke about this kind of thing? Hoya spread his hands and smiled. Coach Brooks thought about it. He had known Hoya for more than 1 or 2 years. He had coached Hoya's training in 2004 to 2005. This guy, apart from being a bit lustful, was really serious about boxing. What do you think are his shortcomings? Say something and I'll listen. For a boxer of Morales' level, Link is an invincible opponent. His skills, speed, and punch weight are all strictly on par, but for me, Mayweather, Pacquiao, and even Bernard Hopkins, he has a lot of problems. I'll give you an example, lest you think I'm bragging. It's his combination punches. Taken individually, his combination punches have no problem, but the transition and connection between the combination punches are not like the dance between me and Pacquiao. Not only that, there is usually a second and a half of lag. In professional competitions, 5 or 6 attacks can be delivered in 1 second. If you are 1 second slower, you will miss the opportunity and give your opponent a chance to defend. This is one of the reasons why Link often launches violent and rainy attacks in the game, but cannot destroy his opponent. Another point is that Link relies more on heavy punches in the game and likes to KO his opponent in a duel. In the super middleweight competition, this style of play looks cool. After rising to the light heavyweight class, this style of play can make him very embarrassed. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Hoiabu held his arm and smiled faintly. Coach Brooks looked at Link's training and nodded. In terms of combination punches, Link has a little problem, but it is not entirely his problem. It is that the opponent does not put enough pressure on him, which also causes him to think too much in the game, and cannot fully devote himself to the game. In the game, the opponent is too strong, so he can't think too much, and the punches he throws are mostly reactions, and his combination punches will not be stuck. This is also the reason why most popular boxers like to compete with masters, so that they can find their own problems in the game and improve their boxing level. Coach Brooks believes that this problem is not a big problem for Link. Link plans to move up to the light heavyweight class after reaching the super middleweight Grand Slam. The light heavyweight masters are livestock, and the competition pressure will be greater. Those problems can be slowly corrected. There are still many problems. After being promoted to light heavyweight, Link can add a few pounds to be drawn away, and the punching weight gene will become larger. With the punching weight he currently shows, if he adds a few dozen pounds, he has already entered the light heavyweight field, but there is still a lot of room for improvement. Thinking of this, Coach Brooks looked at De La Hoya unhappily. This guy talked for a long time, but only talked about 2 unsolvable problems, and did not talk about the key points at all. De La Hoya laughed and spread his hands and said, "Link is my opponent. I don't say it now, but you should understand it. After I defeat Link, I will write you a PPT to explain Link's shortcomings. How about it?" "No need. If you really find Link's flaws and have the confidence to defeat him, you won't come to the training field every day in a suit." Brooks shook his hand and walked away with his hands behind his back. "What do you mean? I wear a suit because I just finished a meeting," De La Hoya retorted. Bang! The training on the boxing ring was temporarily over. Link shook the sweat in his hair and waved his fist at De La Hoya under the stage. "Oscar, how about coming up to fight? Let me see how fast your fast punches are." De La Hoya's full name is Oscar De La Hoya, a Latin American boxer. "No, it's inconvenient for me to wear a suit." De La Hoya waved his hand and said, "Can't you take it off? The suit doesn't grow on you." "Don't talk nonsense. Continue to practice with Link. When you can beat Link, I will reward you with $1 million. I say I will do it." De La Hoya shook a finger and said proudly. Morales rolled his eyes. If he could beat Link, a mere 1 million would be nothing. He could earn 10 or 100 million. Link smiled lightly and continued to practice with Morales. Chapter 242 Son of God. After the afternoon training, Link drove back to the villa. Through the car window, he saw a ripe lemon on the lemon tree in the botanical garden. It was orange and about the size of a tennis ball. He picked the lemon with a hanging rod and smelled it. It smelled very fresh. "Hey, Link, are you next door?" Mr. Scott Stubber from the villa next door was walking on the sidewalk outside with 5 pet dogs. The dogs were big and small, including poodles, teddy bears, golden retrievers, etc. These were not the only 5 dogs in Stubber's family. Last time, Link saw Stubber and his girlfriend Molly Sims each walking with 5 dogs. The scene was very lively. Compared with these 5 pet dogs with simple fur and cute shapes, Mr. Stubber was wearing a t-shirt and beach pants, with messy hair, and dressed a little casually. "Good afternoon, Scott. The lemons are ripe. Do you want some? They are great for cocktails." Link picked up the orange lemon juice. "No, I also have 2 lemon trees there. I hope they will be ripe soon." Mr. Stubber pointed to the villa in the distance and said. While the two were talking, they saw the furry teddy bear raised his head and hind legs, peeing under the lemon tree on the roadside. Halfway through, he ran to another tree to continue peeing. Stubber smiled awkwardly and apologized to Link. "Didn't you go to work today?" Link asked, looking at his dress. Mr. Stubber was the director of the film department of Netflix technology company. He held a part of Netflix's shares and was worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. "Today is Saturday. I have no plans, so I'm just resting at home." Stubber adjusted his glasses. Link nodded, thinking that it was meaningless to chat with this guy. When he was about to go home, he heard Stubber, "Link, Molly and I are getting married next week. Will we hold a party in Villa? Do you and Taylor have time?" "You are getting married? Congratulations. Which day?" "Wednesday. I happen to have time on that day." "Oh, great. It will be an honor for Molly and me if you can come to our wedding." Stubber smiled happily. Woof woof. Teddy barked at Link twice. "It's my honor to receive an invitation from your dog." Link smiled. After chatting for a few words, Stubber continued to walk forward with the dog, scolding Teddy for being too rude and not as obedient as a golden retriever. Link listened and smiled. This guy is only 38 years old this year, worth hundreds of millions of expressions, but he dresses like a mansion junker. "I really don't understand how he makes so much money." Link searched under the tree and found a few ripe lemons. He stood on the ladder to pick them and drove back to the villa. As soon as he stopped the car, he heard bursts of music and laughter coming from the swimming pool. Link took off his skirt and walked towards the swimming pool. Obviously, he saw a group of people driving. Taylor sat cross-legged by the swimming pool and played the guitar. Next to him was Selena, Kesha, Miley Cyrus, model Jamie King, Blake Lively, Jessica Alba of The Funny Girl, members of Taylor's creative team, and a few others he didn't know, a total of dozens of people. Link looked around and found that Taylor's circle of friends was quite shaken. Previously, there were Katy Perry, Doutzen Crows, Kristen, Emma Roberts, and a few others. Later, some tabloids made up stories saying that they had unclear relationships with Link. These people gradually appeared at Taylor's party. Blake Lively and Jamie King were still old faces. "Hi, Link." Blake Lively saw him and greeted him. "Hi. It's so lively here. Why didn't you invite me to your party?" Link asked, tossing a lemon, and walked over. "You don't have time to play these days, let me inform you." Selena exploded. Olivia said, "Okay, that's true." Link smiled lightly and greeted the others at the party. The Jingmui and Jessica Alba's arms is very cute. He took out a small lemon and handed it to the little guy to play with. Jingmui is less than 2 years old. She was born in May last year. She looks very delicate, like a doll, with bold eyebrows drooping down, and is called Jingmui. Jingmui took the lemon and was about to take a bite. Jessica quickly blocked it. After taking the lemon away, Jingmui opened her mouth and was about to cry. Jessica had no choice but to return the lemon to her. The little guy rubbed the skin with his front teeth and tasted the bitterness. He immediately frowned and turned into a cute expression pack. Everyone saw it and laughed. Taylor blamed Link. "The game will be tomorrow. Are you ready?" Kesha sat on the sofa with a beer. "Yes, I have been preparing for this period of time. Link, I bought a ticket for the boxing match. I will go to the scene to cheer you up tomorrow." Miley Cyrus laughed. "That's great. I will win tomorrow." Link waved his fist. After chatting for a while, the ladies continued to talk about gossip, luxury goods, commodities, postpartum care, and so on. After listening for a while, Link said goodbye and returned to the front hall of the villa, where he went to the home theater to watch the video of his opponent Andre Ward. Andre Ward is his next opponent, imitating the IBF WBO IBO super middleweight champion. He is 25 years old and from San Francisco, California. He has won the gold medals of the US National Boxing Championship in 1996, 1999, and 2000, the gold medals of the US National Boxing Championship in 2001, 2002, and 2003, and the champion of the 2004 US Olympic boxing trials. He also won the gold medal in the lightweight boxing event at the 2004 Athens Olympics in Greece. In the amateur competition stage, he was a lightweight boxer. After turning to professional boxing in 2005, he lost weight and switched to super middleweight and signed a contract to be launched in the promotion of top events. At present, he has won all 25 professional fights, defeating Mikkel Kessler, Jermaine Taylor, Andre Riel, Lucien Butt, Edison Miranda and other super middleweights. Except for Link, they are all masters. After all, he is the WBO/WBF super middleweight champion. In June, he defeated Lucien Butt and won the IBO champion of the small organization. In September, he defeated the former IBF champion Arthur Abraham in Los Angeles and became the champion of a quarter of the small 4-person organization. He has strong fighting power. He is known as American Zhao Shiming and Son of God. If Link had not appeared, he would have become a boxing Grand Slam boxer, and his honors include Olympic champion plus gold champion of the 4 major organizations plus P4 Peking plus non-single level champion plus Boxing Ring Magazine gold collar plus undefeated Soviet Union plus International Boxing Hall of Fame. Judging from what was said last week, he is more powerful than Mayweather, who only won a bronze medal in the Olympics that year. He only failed to defeat top boxers in the super middleweight and heavyweight categories, which resulted in his fame in the international boxing world being obviously not as good as Mayweather, De La Hoya, and Pacquiao. Overall, Andre Ward is a famous boxer with a relatively strong strength. Chapter 243 The competition comes suddenly. If he wants to go further, defeating the famous Link is undoubtedly the best choice. Link Wushu dominates the super middleweight boxing world, and Andre Ward will be his last opponent in this level, and also the most powerful one. Link and Andre Ward both want to step on each other's head position, so during this period after training, he will take time to watch Andre Ward's game video. Today I watched the WBO IBF Boxing Championship 4-fight match held on September 12th at the Berlin Arena in Germany, Andre Ward vs. Armenian-German boxer Arthur Abraham, known as King Arthur. Okay, the match is about to begin. Let's turn the camera back to the boxing ring. Standing on the ring now is WBO IBF WBF IBO champion Andre Ward. He is 183 centimeters tall and has an arm length of 185 centimeters. He won the lightweight championship at the Athens Olympics in 2004. After switching to professional boxing in 2004, he defeated all former and local champions in the super middleweight field except Link. His current professional record is 25 wins and 18 KOs. In the TV camera, a burly black boxer raised his arms high, wearing black boxing gloves. He pounded his chest at the camera with a fighting spirit. It was Andre Ward. Today at the Staples Center, in front of 68,000 spectators, he will face the most popular and prestigious boxer in the current boxing world, the 2008 Olympic middleweight champion, the holder of 5 world swimming records, a super popular singer, and a teen idol, Link Baker. The HBO camera on the scene hit Link's face fiercely again. Link blinked his eyes at the flash of the red light in Manhattan, and suddenly his eyes were dazed, and he saw the surrounding scenery quickly changing. The flat screen turned into a noisy boxing ring. The quiet small theater also turned into a lively boxing arena. There were many people crowded at home, including Coach Brooks, Morales, Simon, Dino, Franco, etc. Outside was a packed audience, with old white men in suits, hot Latin girls, Tyson with big gold teeth, and a blonde boy waving boxing gloves, with boxing like Link printed on his t-shirt. Thousands of spectators held up his boxing posters and shouted "Come on Link and Link will win." The noisy scene and deafening shouting made Link react. Last night, Link tapped his forehead with his boxing gloves and thought of yesterday. Yesterday, when he was watching the videotape, he had a glass of lemonade next to him. Later, Selena came and brought him a fruit plate and barbecue. He smelled alcohol on Selena and criticized her for drinking. Selena got angry and secretly added some drinks to his glass, lying that it was cranberry juice. It tasted the same as juice when he drank it, but he became more and more dizzy as he drank it. He fell drunk before he could react. It was no use sleeping and waking up. He was floating all over. He didn't even know how he came to the Taiwan Pass Arena. Wow, what happened? Why does Link look so out of shape, as if he is sleepwalking? Today is the general mobilization in the super middleweight field, the main theme battle of the 4 major organizations WBA, WBC, WBO, IBF. Mr. Link Baker, who is believed by the owners to have the opportunity to dominate the super middleweight, was no longer in shape before the game started. I see that it seems that the balance of victory is slowly sliding towards Andre Ward. It is said that before the game, the great bookmakers have set up betting items for each other. The death odds of Link and Andre Ward are 1 to 1.1 and 1 to 32 respectively. I think all those who bet on Andre Ward will have a chance to make a lot of money, and the bookmakers can also make a lot of money. The game is about to start. What will the result of the game be? Will the out-of-form WBA/WBC boxing champion Link continue to crush his opponent, or will Andre Ward rise to the occasion and create a miracle to unify the super middleweight division? Please let all of us keep our eyes open and be alert to the ring, because perhaps the next second will be the most exciting moment in the boxing world in 2009. The commentator said loudly in a boxing action style tone, holding a pistol. At the same time, the cameraman broadcasting on HBO also focused the camera on Link's handsome face and a little panicked lower body. Through the camera lens, the audience at the scene and in front of the TV saw that Link was a little nervous, as if he was still hungover. "Selena, how old are you? Why are you still making such a fuss?" In the Baby 16 stadium, Ms. Mandy glared at Selena angrily. "Do you know how important the middleweight epidemic prevention is? It's the total epidemic prevention of the super middleweight. If you win the game, Link can unify the super middleweight epidemic prevention and become the world's top boxing champion. If you lose, you will lose tens of millions, and you can't get on even if you sell you." Selena had a sad face, red eyes, and big eyes full of tears. She sniffed and said, "I didn't know his alcohol tolerance was so poor. I only secretly added half a cup of tequila sunrise. Who knew he would get drunk? Woo woo woo, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. It's okay. Don't cry." Catherine covered her shoulders and wiped her chubby face with a tissue. There are wins and losses in boxing matches. It doesn't matter if you lose. Losing a match occasionally is actually good for a boxer's development. Just like Tyson and Holyfield, their second match was more topical and the prize money was higher. If Link loses to Andre Ward, the prize money for the next revenge match is likely to double. Selena blinked her wet vagina and looked at Catherine pitifully, hoping that what Catherine said was true, so that she could go from being the culprit to a person with merit. What's true? Of course it's false. Link is an idol boxer. He maintains an undefeated record. Boxing fans will worship him even more. The whole nation will regard him as a super powerful person. Losing is a stain, especially since he didn't lose to you in terms of strength. Ms. Mandy frowned and iterated on Selena's forehead. "Woo, I didn't know his alcohol tolerance was so bad. He would get drunk for a day after drinking a glass of wine. I know I was wrong. If he loses, I don't want to live anymore." Selena cried sadly in Catherine's arms, her shoulders twitching. "Okay, don't cry." Taylor patted her shoulder and smiled. "Link is very strong. He won't." "Really?" "Yes, the game is about to start. Hurry up and cheer for him." Taylor smiled. Selena wiped her eyes and watched on TV as Link walked from the corner of the ring to the middle and stood in the same magnetic field with Andre Ward. The referee in the middle raised his hand and shouted, "Boxing. If you lose, I will be scolded to death. Please win." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. Collect the gold belts of the 4 major organizations. Come on, Link. The audience at the scene and in front of the TV shouted loudly. The game began. In the ring, Andre Ward launched an attack in advance and punched Link in the upper left position. This was a tentative attack. Link dodged sideways and swung a punch at Andre Ward's jaw. Andre quickly stepped back and accidentally missed his attack. Link followed and threw 2 punches again, but Andre Ward raised his arm to block it. At the same time, Andre swung a punch at Link's left rib. Link hit his left rib and punched Andre on the shoulder when he stepped back. How could this happen? In the audience, Lau Dua looked at Ms. Nora Dua in doubt. In order to watch Link unify the super middleweight class, He flew from New York despite his weak body, but saw that Link played badly at the beginning and was completely out of shape. Nora put away her phone and said, Franco said Link wanted to get drunk and didn't wake up. Drunk? Ludua was stunned for a moment, then became furious. Nonsense. How can he drink in such an important game? Drunk? Since he was drunk, why didn't he stop the game and play another day? How can you play like this? Franco persuaded Link before the game to play another day, but Link said it didn't matter and it wouldn't affect the game. Nora shrugged. Nonsense. Nonsense. Old Duval paused his cane in anger. I told you long ago that you should be strict with Link and not let him do whatever he wants. Are there not many talented boxers whose futures have been ruined by alcohol and sex? Link will definitely be ruined if he continues like this. My irritable old father, why don't you enjoy the game before you lose your temper? Dino turned his head and looked at old Duval, smiling. The last time Link Carl played against Franch, he was not in good shape in the first round. You criticized him for not doing his job properly. Later everyone knew that this was a tactic. Isn't this state also a tactic now? Don't forget that Link is an actor. Old Duval looked gloomy and glared at him angrily. If you speak in this tone again, I will break your legs. Dino, watch the game and don't talk nonsense. Nora winked at him. Okay, I just want to remind my father that the game has just started and the outcome is still undecided. Don't be too irritable. Dino shrugged and smiled. HMPH. Old Duval glared at him and looked back at the boxing ring. He saw that Link and Andre Ward were still making tentative attacks and did not launch a strong attack. Link's fighting style was obviously not as sharp as before. He couldn't help but lose his temper again. Suddenly he thought of the words of his rebellious son Dino. Could this be Link's strategy? On the contrary, Link is not a person with a chaotic private life, obsessed with moderation and bad hobbies. He does not smoke or drink, nor does he mess around with women. He rarely goes to bars. He is very serious about boxing, and even very lively. Knowing that there is an important game today, how could he get drunk the day before? This is obviously unreasonable. Excluding these unreasonable places, there is only one truth. Is this really Link's tactic? But what kind of tactic is this? Duval frowned and looked at the boxing ring seriously, hoping to see through Link's fighting style from this chaotic scene. In addition to old Duval, many boxing celebrities came to the boxing scene today. Bob Arum, De La Hoya, Tyson, James Toney, Bernard Hopkins, Roy Jones Jr., John Roos, Mayweather, George Foreman, etc. After the game started, everyone frowned and looked at the boxing ring with a serious look. Hey, why aren't you talking? De La Hoya looked at several colleagues next to him and asked. Hopkins came back to his senses and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had just studied for a long time and was sweating. He didn't see Link's appearance clearly. He was depressed and looked at his defeated opponent De La Hoya unhappily. Link is not in good shape today. Do you think he will lose? De La Hoya asked. TSK. Hopkins shook his head and said, are you kidding me? How could a pervert like Link be out of shape during a match? Absolutely impossible. This is just his trick. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Bernard is right. Tyson said, baring his gold-plated front teeth. Link's movements are very cunning. The last time he fought against Carl France, the start was even worse. Everyone thought that he was distracted by other things and his strength was weakened. But what was the result? It's a damn situation. I bet he is pretending to be in his current state, luring Andre Ward to attack, and then waiting for an opportunity to strike, KOing Andre Ward with a back throw. This guy is so strong, but he still likes to use tactics. What a damn bastard. Tyson cursed. If he had 50% of Link's clever fighting style, he wouldn't have to box with rich women to pay off his debts. Tyson is right. James Toney nodded, touching his big belly and said, Link likes to fight counterattacks the most. He lets his opponent attack at will, waits until the opponent gets used to this style of play, and then suddenly launches a counterattack to catch the opponent off guard. Mickle, Franch, and Tyson were all defeated in this way. Look at Andre. He also saw that this was Link's trick, so he was very careful during the game and tried to play according to his original rhythm to prevent falling into Link's trap. Yes, Andre played very steadily. John Roos nodded. De La Hoya looked at Link on the boxing ring. In the eyes of ordinary spectators, Link played very actively at this time, with a good offense and defense. He did not hesitate to shoot when he should, and moved flexibly when he should move, and his hands and feet did not stop moving. Including the eyes of pedestrians, his defense and defense are not active enough. In short, he can do 10 points with full firepower, but now he only takes out 3 points. I'm afraid that the whole person is not in the state. If it was anyone else, De La Hoya would be able to tell that the other party was not in good shape, but this was the cunning Link, and everything was not that simple. Bang, bang, bang. In the boxing ring, Link and Andre both swung their fists hard and hit each other, while also dodging to prevent being hit by the other party. In the first round, Link punched 112 times and hit Andre Ward 22 times, and Andre Ward punched 98 times and hit Link 19 times. The two sides were tied in the first round. The audience saw the fierce fighting in the boxing ring, punching and hitting each other, which was very exciting to watch, and the shouts came one after another. But such a match made the start of the scene seem confused. Since Link turned to the professional boxing arena in September last year, he has experienced 14 professional matches. Except for the Tyson match, all other matches ended in the first round. Today, against Andre Ward, he fought a full round with his opponent. Where is Link? Is this really his tactic? Link, how are you? Coach Brooks squatted in front of Link at the right corner of the boxing ring and asked. The two assistants beside him were fanning Link, sprinkling water on him, and applying Vaseline on his forehead. They had worked in Link's logistics team for nearly a year. This was the first time they had to do this kind of work during a game. They finally found a sense of existence. They couldn't help but feel a little moved, and they worked very hard. Link drank a mouthful of water and spit it out, shook off the water stains on his face and smiled. It's okay, I feel better and better. Are you sure you're not injured? Coach Brooks was a little unconvinced. Yes, I really don't dare. Link shrugged. Last time after drinking, he and Amy Adams had an illusion exercise. The alcohol was excreted from the body with body fluids, and had little effect on the body. This time he went to sleep directly after drinking. The residual alcohol was still in his body, which had some impact on his performance. In the first round just now, he played very hard, exercised a lot, produced a lot of sweat, and his mind gradually became clear, and his condition became better and better. Well, this is your first time to complete a cycle. This is a surprise. My homework finally came in handy. I want to talk about the opponent. Andre played very steadily in the first cycle. His rhythm was not messed up at all, and his physical energy consumption was not great. If you are not sure that you can knock him out within 12 circles, you have to be more stable than him. Play slowly and don't rush. The score is based on the score in the end. Coach Brooks. Come on Link. Many fans in the audience shouted with posters. Link stood up and rushed to them and waved his fist. Link, we are here, come on. Millie Cyrus and Kesha shouted to him from a position very close to the boxing ring. Boss, come on. Emma Stone also shouted from the audience. Link smiled lightly and waved his fist at them. At the corner opposite the ring, Andre Ward's coach glanced at Link and said to Andre, Link is a very powerful guy. He knows that you have good physical strength and a stable fighting style, so he doesn't seek to defeat you in the first round and then the poor fight for consumption and physical strength. I'm not sure if he will explode in this round, but you must be careful. It's not too careful to be careful with a difficult guy like college student Link. Andre Ward nodded silently. Link is the most powerful opponent he has encountered in his career, and it is also a good opportunity. If he can defeat him, he can unify the super middleweight and become the overlord of this weight class. At the same time, he can step on Link's zombie aura, become the top of the boxing world, get more appearance fees and competition bonuses, and become a billionaire. Thinking of this, Andre couldn't help but speed up his heartbeat. His blood boiled, and he looked at Link opposite, his eyes full of high fighting spirit. This time, he must win, not lose. Come on. Dang. The second round of the game began, and Link and Andre came to the middle of the ring. Link nodded at Andre. The opponent was indeed the strongest opponent. His physical strength, power, speed, combination punches, and use of tactics have all reached the first class level. In addition, his brain is smarter than that of ordinary black boxers. He is not easily angered, and his rhythm will not be easily disrupted. Black athletes have acquired smart brains, and the genetic power they show has doubled. For boxers like Manhattan, the best way is to play steadily and steadily, find the opponent's inferior horse in mobile warfare, and then take the opportunity to give the opponent a fatal blow. Link deduced the game 1 year before the game. Since the opponent was a light heavyweight boxer and won the Olympic championship at this level, his fist weight is not weaker than his own, and his ability to withstand blows is not weaker than his own. The opponent has fought more than 100 games at the amateur level and won more than 20 professional games. He is also richer in technology and experience than himself. In comparison, he is better than his opponent in speed, reaction ability, and vigor. Knowing this, Link's plan is to attack his opponent with high-frequency jabs in the second round. First break the opponent's defense, and then look for opportunities to KO the opponent and win the game. Boxing. The second round of the game began. Andre Ward punched and punched, then took a step back, raised his fists, put on a defensive limit, and continued his steady style. Just like in the mad match before Holyfield and Valuv last year, he first attracted his opponent to attack, and after the opponent consumed a lot of physical strength, he launched a strong counter-attack, and finally won the game in one fell swoop. This is Andre Ward's usual tactic, and it is also a very practical tactic that has been verified many times. With the help of the 6th Legion, he won all the way. Today, when facing the strong enemy Link in Manhattan, he is ready to continue to persevere. No matter what tricks Link is playing, he keeps the rhythm unchanged. Bang bang bang. Last year, Link watched the match between Andre Ward and Esteban Camus at Madison Square Garden in Ivica's box, and studied his opponent's match process. Seeing that his opponent continued to use this strong posture, Link no longer hesitated, and took the initiative to attack his opponent. Left jab plus right jab plus left swing punch plus right jab. His fists were like javelins, continuously attacking the opponent's double arm defense. Andre Ward defended tightly, constantly changing his footsteps, trying to distance himself from him and prevent him from breaking through his defense. But Link was a little faster. Seeing that his opponent retreated, he moved his feet flexibly and followed closely, trying not to let his opponent escape from his attack range and not giving him a chance to react. Bang! Link's fists hit Andre's body continuously. Right jab plus left jab plus right straight punch plus left jab. Bang! Link attacked more than 50 times in a row. A right straight punch knocked Andre's body sideways. Then Link threw an unexpected left jab, hitting Andre's left rib hard. Andre groaned from the beating, and his body bent habitually. Because Link was taller than him, and his arm was 7 centimeters longer, he saw his opponent's defense deformed, and then he followed with a tricky wrist hook, from bottom to top, breaking through the opponent's defense at a very fast speed, and hit with a bang. Andre was hit in the brow bone, and his body was thrown back violently, and his footsteps followed the skeleton's retreat. Wow. Hit. Seeing Link's successful hit, the audience exclaimed, and Link's fans were boiling with excitement, shouting loudly, "Come on, Link. Link will win. Link, finish the game quickly. We want to draw a lottery." Amid the cheers of the crowd, Link took advantage of the victory and quickly approached his opponent, forcing his opponent to the ropes with 2 heavy punches, and used the rope tactics to hit the opponent 7 or 8 times in a row. Link will win. Link is great. Seeing Link's fists hit the opponent one after another, beating the opponent without the power to fight back, the scene became more excited, and the cheers were higher and higher. "See, I told you, this is Link's tactic. What do you think?" Tyson raised his arm and smiled triumphantly at De La Hoya. "Link is too agile and powerful. Do you still need it in the game? Don't worry, after being promoted to the lightweight, his advantage will be so obvious." Roy Jones Jr. said calmly. James Toney nodded. "Link relies on punch weight and speed in his fights. The smaller the weight gain, the smaller his advantage. We can see from his fight with Tyson that he is invincible in the super middleweight class, but not necessarily in other weight classes. By the way, did Link say he wanted to move up to the lightweight class? Haven't you heard? Link said his goal is to be the gold weight of the 4 major organizations in 5 weight classes, not just the light heavyweight class. In the future, he will move up to the heavyweight class and fight with you guys. Hopkins laughed. What an ambitious guy. John Roos admired Link on the ring. De La Hoya also frowned at Link on the ring. In the first round, he had to say that this guy's acting skills were really good. Even he, a veteran who has been in the boxing world for many years, could not see any flaws. Come on, Link. On the ring, Link forced his opponent to the ropes and attacked 7 or 8 times in a row. Andre couldn't resist, so he used the hugging strategy and hugged Link manually to prevent him from attacking. In a boxing match, you can only hit the front, not the back of the head or the back. So once you are hugged, in addition to hitting the opponent's ribs with small movements, other offensive methods are likely to cause fouls. Because the hugging posture is practical, it can be seen in every professional game. But because the hugging posture is a bit tricky, it will interrupt the rhythm of the game after it is performed, resulting in a decrease in the viewing experience of the game. This has also become one of the most hated postures by the audience. Every time you see someone hugging in a game, you can sit down and boo. Break. The referee saw Andre performing the hugging tactic and quickly intervened to separate the opponents. At the same time, the hugging tactic is also a foul tactic, a gender foul. According to the scoring rules, Link got 1 more point in this round of investigation. Link looked at the opponent, waved his fist, and smiled lightly. Andre Ward glared back at him. Boxing. The game continued. Link wiped the sweat off his face and raised his fist to attack Andre Ward. Andre Ward continued to defend strictly. At 93 seconds into the second round, Link used his old trick again, using the head to body and head to body posture, and hit the opponent's abdomen with a jab, causing Andre's defense to deform, and then a straight punch hit the opponent's forehead. Andre was hit and staggered, his body violently retreated, and hit the corner post to stabilize his body, almost forming a knockdown. Link, use a heavy punch. Link, kill him. The fans stood up and shouted and cheered. Link stepped forward fiercely, continuing to stab his opponent's body and head at a high frequency, and saw that the opponent was about to perform a hug posture again. Link quickly stepped back and threw a long planned left uppercut from bottom to bottom. Andre was hit by the sudden punch and his body rushed upwards. His head was dizzy and his body staggered a step, trying to grab the ropes to stabilize his body. But the powerful punch still made him dizzy inside, and he staggered and fell to the boxing ring. Exclamation mark. Seeing Andre being knocked down, the audience suddenly became excited, shouting Link must win. Link won. Link is Superman. 60,000 people shouted in unison, and the atmosphere in Stoops Center suddenly boiled up, setting off the clamor of Sarajevo. Roy Jones Jr. finally looked at the audience. Many young fans were shaking Link's posters in their seats and making noises constantly, as if this was Link's concert. It's really neat. It's hard to gain home advantage when playing against him. James Toney looked around. The 3 floors of the audience were full of Link's fans. There were at least tens of thousands of them shouting. In such a competition, it is difficult for others to gain a home advantage. This guy's not only a boxing champion, but also a big singer. His albums have sold tens of millions of copies worldwide. Wow, that's amazing. With a few boxing matches and albums, Link's current net worth is probably 200 million, 100 million a year. Fuck, this bastard is the real money printing machine. When others heard that Link made 200 million a year, they couldn't help but show their concern, envy, jealousy, and hatred. He became a billionaire more than a year after his debut. This guy's too hateful. Haha, this is great. The more fans Link has, the more tickets he will get for the game, and the more PPV revenue he will get. I bet that the next game between me and him will not be less than 100 million in PPV revenue, and the revenue from other aspects will double. Haha, our prize money will definitely set a new record. Hoa waved his fist and shouted excitedly. Fuck, I should have played with him later. Tyson said angrily. Roy Jones Jr., Hopkins, James Toney and others were happier. They had not played with Link yet, and they had the opportunity to take advantage of Link's popularity and get more game bonuses and PPV rescue. If they play better and beat Link in the game, the income from one game can be equal to the total income from the past 4 or 5 years. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Link with a hot look. Link, come on. On the boxing ring, after Andre fell to the ground, the referee squatted down and counted 4, and Andre stood up from the ground and looked at Link coldly. Continue the game, and Andre said fiercely, okay. Boxing. At 105 seconds into the second round, the match continued. Link continued to attack his opponent, trying to take advantage of the victory and defeat him in this round. But Andre suddenly changed his strategy at this time, no longer defending, and swung his fists to counter-attack him. Link did not give in, and started to fight with his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. The fists of each other were very heavy, the speed was very fast, and the combination punches were also very exquisite. After each other gave up defense, and attacked with all their strength, the match on the boxing ring suddenly became fierce. I saw the opponent punching me one by one, aiming at the opponent's vital points, without any hesitation. Give in. The audience was also shocked by the sudden fight, and they cheered loudly. Not only did they cheer for Link, but many black boxing fans also cheered for Andre Ward, asking him to beat Link. Bang. In the 152nd second, Link was punched in the jaw, but in the next second, he threw a fierce right swing from right to left, and hit Andre Ward's face steadily. Andre's head was hit to the left rib, deformed by the dissection, and the sweat on his hair was thrown out. Bang. Andre fell sideways on the ring, and slid horribly on the floor for 2 kilometers before stopping. Hiss. The camera recorded the sound in the scene of Link's fist hitting Andre horribly and deforming him, and sweat flying out. Especially the audience with high definition signals. They heard it very clearly. Many people held their breath, and took a deep breath. With boxing gloves, more than 60% of the weight can be cut, but being hit on the head by a fist of 300 or 400 pounds must feel very painful. 10, 9, 8, 7. The boxing referee squatted beside and counted. Andre Ward slowly opened his eyes, supported the ground with his hands, and stood up little by little. The wet sweat disappeared from his body. Andre, come on. Andre, hold on. Many black boxing fans shouted in the audience. Andre, get up quickly. Beat up that bastard Link. In a music club in New York, 50 Cent, Drake and others were also watching TV nervously. 5, 4, 3. The countdown counted to 3 seconds, and Andre slowly stood up with the help of the ropes. Yeah. Many spectators shouted excitedly. The referee asked Andre Ward to imitate the ropes, and take 2 steps forward. As soon as Andre took 1 step, he fell to the ground again, begging. The audience sighed in disappointment. The referee stretched out 2 fingers in front of Andre's eyes, and asked what number it was. Andre answered 3. The referee thought Andre's condition was not suitable for the game. After discussing with Andre's coach, Andre gave up the game. Several referees unanimously determined that Link won the game. Yeah. Hearing Link's death, the audience was boiling. Although there were many Andre's boxing fans at the scene, most of them came for Link. Seeing him defeat his opponent with a tyrannical tactic and win the WBA, WBC, WBO, IBF, WBF, IBO Gold Championship, the fans jumped up excitedly, just like a carnival. Some people took the lead in singing Link's Unstoppable, directly turning the boxing match into a concert. Yeah. Link won. Valerie, the little girl who was still sleeping just now, jumped up excitedly, her little round face full of joy. Haha, Link won. Link won, that's great. Selena shouted with joy. Ha, be careful next time, and don't mess around. Ms. Mandy said, while holding back her laughter. Got it. Selena rolled her eyes, and suddenly her big eyes rolled around, and she said to everyone, you said it's impossible. Link couldn't beat Andre Ward in the first place. It was all thanks to me giving him a glass of wine. He suddenly broke out, and defeated his opponent. What are you thinking about? If it weren't for you, Link would have won the next game in the first round. Do you still want to attribute all the credit for Link winning the game to you? Catherine, Taylor, and Lady Andrea also laughed. Selena sniffed and put her hands in her pockets. We can't completely repair this possibility. We should wait for Link to come back and ask him. Maybe it's true. If it's fake, aren't you worried that Link will come back and defeat you? Taylor smiled and winked. Selena was stunned when she heard that. Seeing Link on TV with all the gold belts hanging on his body and looking like someone who was not easy to mess with, she ran upstairs quickly. Are you there yet? I miss home. I want to go back and stay for a few days. Chapter 245 Free Play No Category. On the 28th, the super middleweight competition of the 4 major organizations ended smoothly. After rounds of fierce fighting, the super popular boxing champion Link hit his opponent Andre's head with a fierce punch, causing severe damage to his opponent. Link also successfully won the game and became the super middleweight champion of the 4 major organizations WBA, WBC, WBO, IBF, WBF, IBO, the super middleweight Grand Slam. He is also the boxer who achieved this achievement at the age of 20 in the history of boxing. After Link's peak, a large number of ribbons were scattered in the sky of the Staples Center, and clusters of fireworks rushed into the sky from outside the square and exploded. The audience cheered. The scene turned into a lively and jubilant sea. 6 golden collars came down from the ring, and the long-awaited reporters held microphones and rushed to him. Mr. Baker, congratulations on becoming the youngest Grand Slam boxer in history. What is your next goal? The HBO TV reporter shouted with a microphone. Keep playing games and get more gold belts, Link said with a clenched fist. Will you fight in the lightweight division next? Do you have a confirmed opponent? If nothing unexpected happens, it will be Roy Jones Jr. I look forward to fighting him. Sir, as far as we know, this year you are not only participating in boxing matches, but also recording songs, filming movies, and holding concerts. The schedule is very tight. For ordinary people, so many jobs would be difficult to cope with, but you can always maintain vigorous energy and strong fighting power at work. What is your secret in arranging work? The reporter of USA Today asked. Link smiled lightly. The biggest secret is to maintain the love for work. I like boxing, singing, and watching movies, so when I do these jobs, I will be very excited, just like children going to Disneyland, and my work efficiency is equivalent to improving. Sir, we all know that after you became the boxing champion, you began to actively promote the sport of boxing. In August, you called on boxing fans to upload boxing videos on the boxing program section of the YouTube website, saying that you would draw a lottery on Christmas Eve, and the selected people would have the opportunity to win your genuine gold leader. Now fans are very concerned about whether the lottery will be carried out as usual, and how many gold leaders will be given away this time. The reporter of USA Express asked. Yes, it will go on as usual. I will give away all the gold belts in this lottery. Link pointed to the gold belts on it. These gold belts are not very useful to him. It is more meaningful to give them to those boxing enthusiasts. It can also increase his influence in the boxing world. After meeting the media reporters, Link came to the audience area, greeted his acquaintances, thanked everyone for coming to support him, and took photos with the fans in the front row. He took the initiative to come over, and everyone cheered excitedly. After the game, Dynasty Promotions held a party at the Hilton Hotel, inviting boxing colleagues, senior media reporters, and celebrities in the entertainment industry to participate. Hey, Link, today's game is so exciting. I dare say that Tyson in his heyday would not be better than you. The athlete Mr. Schwarzenegger came over in a neat suit and a big back hair to greet him. Link smiled lightly and bumped fists with Schwarzenegger. During today's game, the other party also sat in the front row of the audience and claimed to be a fan of Link in the interview. Hey, I want to hear someone say something about me. A bald strong man with a tiger tattoo on his face squeezed through the crowd. The person who came was Tyson. Yes, Mike, we are your boxing fans. Link smiled. Hey, 3 tough guys, can we take a group photo? The deputy editor-in-chief of the news department of the Los Angeles Times held up a camera and said, a group photo of the 3 of you will definitely be worth collecting. Link looked at Schwarzenegger and Tyson, and they both nodded to each other and were willing to take a photo. Schwarzenegger and Tyson are both representatives of tough guys in the 1980s and 1990s, a generation of strong and powerful, while Link is a new generation of Schwarzenegger tough guy, and one of the traits of human combat power. During the photo shoot, Schwarzenegger stood sideways on the left, Tyson stood on the right with his fists clenched, and put Link in the center position. The 3 of them were all wearing suits. Click. A photo representing the ceiling of human combat power was produced. Link, did you receive the logo of the Expendables? Schwarzenegger asked after the editor-in-chief named Katz left. Yes, the agent said so. It's like this. Not long ago, Stallone said that he was going to find a few top action stars to cooperate with him to make an action movie. I think this proposal is great. I mentioned you to him. Your appearance and temperament are very suitable for us to shoot action scenes. He also thinks you are good. If you are interested, I will make an appointment with Stallone to talk about it. It sounds cool. I'm happy to cooperate with you. Link nodded and said, okay, it's settled. Schwarzenegger clinked his champagne glass with him and said that he had something else to do and had to leave in advance. After seeing Schwarzenegger off, Link heard Tyson next to him complain, "This guy is getting more and more boring. People who want to get involved in politics are like this. Arnold wants to be the next President Reagan. He is the Terminator. I don't think this is a good idea," Tyson said with his teeth bared. Link smiled lightly. It was indeed a bit sci-fi to let the Terminator be the President of the United States. Hey, what are you talking about here? De La Hoya, Hopkins, and James Toney came over. We have taken a photo with Mr. Schwarzenegger and editor-in-chief Katz plans to name it Tough Guys Alliance. What do you think? Link joked. Really? You should invite a few of us. We are all tough guys. De La Hoya waved his fist and introduced James Toney. Link and Hopkins had met twice before, and this was the first time he met James Toney. This guy has a black head, a black face, and a big belly, like a black version of Maitreya Buddha. His figure is somewhat balanced, but his boxing strength is only a 5-weight champion, including the IBF middleweight champion, IBF super middleweight champion, WBU light heavyweight champion, IBF IBO light heavyweight champion, and WBA heavyweight champion. In his young career, he once maintained an undefeated record of 46 games. He is also a very tough person. Link also named and pulled him down during the amateur competition. After meeting, he shook hands and smiled and forgot all the grudges. We have been discussing what your tactics are for the first round, but we have not reached a consensus. Now that the game is over, can you explain your tactics? Hoyer asked, shaking his wine glass. Tactics? Link heard this question more than once after the game. He shrugged. Unfortunately, there was nothing special about the game. Andre is a very strong boxer with comprehensive skills, and I'm on par with him. So in the first round, we were both actively attacking, trying to find the opponent's flaws, but unfortunately we didn't find any. In the second round, Andre's style of play was neat and defensive, trying to fight a war of attrition by myself. I'm not good at this style of play, and I don't want to be disrupted by the opponent, so I went all out and attacked him hard. In the end, with a slight advantage, I broke through his defense and made him fall to the ground for the first time, and then won the game. That's it, no tactics. Just that? Don't lie to us, there must be a second tactic. In the first round, you pretended to be out of shape till you're Andre to attack. Isn't this a tactic? Tyson and the others expressed their opinions. Link heard what they were saying and said with a smile, I drank a little yesterday and felt a little dizzy after I got up, which caused me to not fight in the first round. I slowly recovered after the first round. I didn't pretend to fight. What? Hearing his explanation, Tyson, De La Hoya, and Hopkins stared at each other with wide eyes. Drunk? Not sober? It's true that he's not in good shape, and it's not a smart situation. Did everyone guess wrong? Excuse me. Link saw Frank waving, said something to the others, and walked to the opposite side. Is what this guy said true? We all saw it wrong. Hopkins frowned and asked. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Link is a very cunning guy. Except for Tyson, several of us will become his opponents in the future. He may not be telling the truth when he says this. James Toney said. De La Hoya nodded and agreed. James heard from Morales that Link was very self-disciplined, never went to nightclubs, and rarely drank alcohol. How could such a person drink alcohol the day before the game? Absolutely impossible. Then there is only one truth. He lied. He was worried that everyone would see through his tactics and lose the advantage in the game, so he chose to lie. Hoyer shook his head helplessly. Link is not only powerful and cunning, but also very stable. This kind of person is too difficult. If you want to defeat him, you can only concentrate on studying his flaws. Chapter 246 Post-match income points. At the party, Franco told Link a good news. Just received the data monitored by Nielsen Data Consulting Company. The PPV signal of this match sold 1.32 million copies in North America, 860,000 high-definition signals, 79.9 simple per copy, 460,000 ordinary signals, 69.9 readings per copy. A total of 99 million readings, almost breaking 100 million readings. According to the agreement with the organizer and the signal broadcasting company before the match, Link and Dynasty Promotion can get 50% of the PPV income in North America, equivalent to 49.5 million. There are also appearance fees, bonuses, equity labor, etc. for this match, about 25 million per sentence. The total income is 74.5 million per sentence. Roughly Link's contract with Dynasty Promotion. After getting any of WBA, WBC, IBF, WBO, the match income will be interrupted by 6:4. After getting more than 3, the match will be interrupted by 7:3. After getting 2 heavyweight gold belts, the match will be interrupted by 8:2. According to the 7:3 ratio, Link will receive 70% of the 74.5 million voices, which is equivalent to 52.15 million voices. Earning more than 50 million symptoms from a match is no less than the income from the match between De La Hoya and Pacquiao last year. Link, remember what you said to your colleagues on the Silver Star train last year? You told me that your potential is comparable to Apple, Google, and Microsoft. If you miss it, you will miss investing in Apple and Microsoft. You also said that your achievements in boxing will surpass Holyfield, Mayweather, and Tyson, and become a boxing superstar. I was scared by you at the time. You, a boxer who just debuted, dared to say that. I think people like you are either geniuses or lunatics, but I still want to take a gamble and continue to sign you. Now things have fully proved that I made the right bet, and that you are indeed a very remarkable guy, Franco said excitedly. Link smiled lightly and did not stop the conversation on the train. He did not intend to sign the contract at that time. He just wanted to find an excuse to get rid of Franco, so he said some empty threats and quoted a hypothetical surprise of 100 million. I remember that, when he said 100 million was meaningful, Franco was shocked. Mario's eyes almost fell to the ground, and Coach West was also awakened. They all felt very incredible. Now it seems that the 100 million meaningful quotation is not an exaggeration. From last year to several professional games this year, Dynasty has earned tens of millions. Although some money has been spent on promotional hype activities, Lin has only earned about half of it. According to the current situation, in another 3 to 5 years, Dynasty Promotions market value will exceed 1 billion. Franco, don't get too excited. Our career has just begun, Link said, holding up the celebration cup. Yes, you are right. Now we have only conquered the super middleweight. There are also light heavyweight, junior heavyweight, heavyweight, middleweight, and weight gain. The more attention we receive, the more we earn from each game. Now we earn 60 to 70 million per game. How much will we earn in 3 to 5 years? It must be unimaginable, Franco exclaimed. Link nodded and discussed with Franco about the gold label draw for the belt. After the game, he will continue to tour, and the draw will require the help of Strawberry and the company. Because when giving away the golden hat, we also use media channels to promote and hype, and strive for more pages and traffic for boxing, and Link himself in the world's mainstream media. These things are complicated and require collaboration. Franco said. No, hey, boss, congratulations on becoming the king of boxing. You were so awesome in the ring just now. Seeing Franco walk away, Emma Stone came over with a glass of wine. Link smiled softly when he saw her. Thank you. Have you finished filming the Scandal project? It's almost over. Director Giller asked me to ask you when you'll be free for your part in the Extreme. Link thought about it. It was only next week. He wanted to take a few days off after the game and then get back on tour. Now it seems that he has no time to rest. Next week? Okay, I got it. Emma Stone blinked and smiled green. Last time I recommended you to director Woody Allen. How was the result? Link asked as he walked. Emma Stone shrugged. Director Alan said I'm not sexy enough. He needs a more sexy. Boss, do you think I'm sexy? Link glanced at her. She was wearing a purple off-shoulder dress. She was slim but curvy. She wasn't sexy in terms of her figure. However, most European and American beauties took the route of young mature women when they were young. After fully developing under the age of 30, they will become more and more sexy, and Emma is the same. You just debuted, go for the fresh route first, and then consider the issue of whether you are sexy or not after 2 years. In addition, there are many sexy beauties in Hollywood, and you don't need to compete with them in this regard. I see, I'm not sexy enough. Emma Stone pulled down the corner of her lip, with a frustrated expression on her face. Link shook his head and reported, you call me boss, I will tell you my opinion from the boss's perspective. This is your own, don't act pitiful here. Emma Stone's eyes lit up, facing him, pulling her skirt, and setting some career lines. Link, am I sexy? Well, not bad. There is a lot of room for improvement. Come on. Link looked at her and smiled faintly. Okay, I will work hard. Emma Stone said with her chest puffed out. Hey, Link, boxing is so cool. How about we learn boxing too? Paul Walker brought Cassie Affleck, James Franco and others over and shouted. After the party, Link drove back home, and before entering the villa, Selena dragged her suitcase and walked out slowly, wearing a blue nightgown, dragging a lift, followed by Tickerton's Olivia and Meridian. When Link asked her what happened after she left, Selena said she went home. Her eyelids slowly turned red as she spoke, and her big eyes were full of tears, like a homeless little girl. You wanted to bully me, so I put wine in your glass, and almost made you lose the game. Taylor said you would beat me. Selena sniffed. She scared you. Really? Don't you blame me? Selena looked up at his eyes. Link wanted to hit her a few times, to teach her a lesson, but seeing her pitiful appearance, he couldn't bear it, so he flicked her forehead lightly. This is a lesson. If you dare to mess around again, I'll let you grow a horn here. Okay, I promise not to mess around. Selena wiped the tears from her face and smiled with squinting eyes. Link shook his head and picked up her suitcase to go back. Suddenly, he felt that the suitcase in his hand was light and fluttering. He opened it and saw that there was nothing inside. Selena's face froze for a moment, then she picked up the 2 silly kittens and ran into the villa, shouting as she ran, you just said, don't blame me, you are a grown man, you must do what you say. Hey, can you be professional when acting? Why don't you put something in the box? Question mark? Sorry, I forgot, I will remember it next time. Selena shouted crisply, Ms. Gomez, you are really Elizabeth. Taylor and Catherine heard their conversation in the hall and couldn't help laughing. Link shook his head, feeling a little too soft on her. After the boxing match, the media hyped up his becoming the super middleweight Grand Slam champion on a large scale, saying that he was the first boxer in boxing history to initially achieve Olympic champion plus single level Grand Slam. At the age of 20, he was also the fastest to achieve the Grand Slam, taking less than 18 months. These are all new records. Boxing magazines such as The Ring, and Boxing also positively evaluated his performance in several super middleweight matches, calling him the king of boxing champions, the next golden boy, and a man with both beauty, talent and iron fists. The Ring magazine also updated the P4P ranking for him. P4P is a concept in boxing terminology, which stands for pound for pound. It means that under the condition of equal weight, boxers are compared to see who is stronger, and sometimes compared with boxers of different levels. P4P is not only for the weight of boxers, but also for the boxers ranking. In the P4P ranking, Link is a well-deserved super middle level weight, whether it is technology, comprehensive strength, or commercial value, he is the first. In the overall ranking, he is temporarily ranked 4th, with Mayweather in 2nd place, Pacquiao in 3rd place, Klitschko in 3rd place, De La Hoya in 5th place, Calzaghe in 6th place, and Hopkins in 7th place. The Ring also gave the reason for not ranking him in the top 3, which is that he has been in the professional boxing world for too long, has too few matches, has too few die-hard fans, and his influence in the foreign boxing world is not as good as the top 3 for the time being. Link also agrees that Mayweather has been in the boxing world for more than 10 years and has experienced dozens of battles. He has left a deep impression on many boxing fans and has further improved his foundation. There is still a lot of room for improvement in this regard. Thanks to the book friend with the last number 757,175 for the reward. Thank you for your support. *******. Chapter 247 The Future Richest Man. The Fighter was released in 1,209 theaters in North America in its first week and achieved sales of 15.37 million, ranking 6th in weekly sales. The sales champion was the movie Twilight 2, released at the same time, which achieved sales of $140 million in North America in the first 3 days of its premiere, becoming the third highest selling movie in history in its first week. The first two were The Dark Knight with $158 million and Spider-Man 3 with $151 million. The second place was Floor Up, 2012 in Disney's interactive animation The Frog and the Princess. Compared with the first 5 big productions with an investment of more than $50 million, the production cost of The Fighter was only $18 million, and it earned more than $15 million in the first week, which fully demonstrated the good quality of the film. Some media also believe that Link's box office appeal in movies is getting stronger and stronger, and he is a new actor with very high commercial value. Variety called him another first-line singer who has established a foothold in Hollywood after Will Smith and Justin Blake. Time came to December. At the end of last year, he was just a serious boxing star, and he worked very quickly at the end of the year. This year, he became a boxing superstar, a popular singer who released 2 albums, a movie star, and a swimming champion. He has Dynasty Promotions, Link Records, Manhattan Company, Manhattan Beach Pictures, and entrepreneurs and billionaires with more than $100 million in Amazon and other stocks. First, he went to the crew of The Scandal Project to shoot the scenes that were about to be completed, and was bullied by his employee Emma Stone in the performance. He decided to find an opportunity to go back and let her know how dark the hearts of capitalists are. Before the filming was finished, he took Taylor to the villa area next door to attend the wedding party of Scott Stubber and his supermodel and Molly Sims. He also collaborated with Taylor on a song You Belong to Me at the wedding party. Taylor sang and he played the piano to celebrate with this song. Stubber and Molly were so excited that they wiped their tears, and the billionaires who attended the party also applauded and cheered for each other. He also met Elon Musk, who was eating for free. Meeting this future Aaron is 38 years old this year, a South African immigrant with a bachelor's degree in economics and physics from the University of Pennsylvania and a doctoral degree in physics from Stanford University. He started his own business at the age of 24 and became a multimillionaire at the age of 28 with his own online content publishing software Zip2. When e-commerce just emerged in 2002, he became a billionaire with the digital mobile payment platform PayPal, a software similar to Alipay. Since 2003, the space exploration company SpaceX has been studying how to reduce the cost of rocket launches and plans to realize Mars immigration in the future and build human space civilization. Unfortunately, the workload of rocket research is very large, and 3 consecutive rocket launches failed, causing the company to run out of funds. He shifted his attention to the electric vehicle industry and acquired Tesla in 2005, becoming the chairman of the company. However, Tesla Motors' research was not smooth. The first electric car Roadster was not launched until October 2008, with a price of up to 110,000 yuan. Because the price was too high and there were too many problems with the electric car, Roadster had dismal sales in the car market. Affected by the financial crisis, SpaceX and Tesla Motors are both in trouble. There are often reports in the media that bankruptcy is imminent and that the reorganized company is about to go bankrupt. It was not until September that the stock price fell to 70 million. 10% of Tesla shares were sold to Daimler AG, and a low-interest loan of $460 million was obtained from the US Department of Energy. That Tesla successfully survived the crisis. However, there are also reports that due to the high cost of Tesla's automotive research, SpaceX failed to launch a rocket again, and Tesla is still short of money. Because of this, Musk is planning to list Tesla on Nasdaq to overcome the current difficulties. After that, when Link met the other party, he did not take the initiative to propose investing in Tesla. He did not understand financial investment and automobile research and development, and he could not talk to the other party about such things, so they only talked about music, boxing and movies. Musk set up a film company in 2003 and starred in 3 film productions, including Iron Man 2 released this year. He also made cameos in many movies. Anita Leary is also an actor. Musk is also a boxing enthusiast. He claims to be his boxing fan. He has watched every one of his games and posted a boxing video in the YouTube boxing section. Link had not seen the video and said that they would practice boxing together when they were free. Musk also took the initiative to exchange contact information with him. Honey, you are very interested in Elon Musk. Why do you say that? After attending the party, Link and Taylor walked hand in hand on the path outside the villa. The path was flanked by lush botanical gardens. Even in the northern hemisphere, many trees are still lush in winter, especially the 2 rows of tall palm trees on the roadside, which have never been together all year round. You just talked for more than an hour, and you are still so devoted. I have never seen you so enthusiastic about anyone before. Taylor shook his hand and said, "It's different. Elon is a great genius, just like Edison. You can gain knowledge by chatting with him, so I talked to him for a while." Link shrugged. He remembered that this was what Ivanka's father used to evaluate Elon. So that's the case. Then I'm relieved. Taylor patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief in an exaggerated way. "Don't worry. What do you mean?" Taylor smiled slightly, pointed at his eyes and said, "I saw your eyes light up when you looked at him, just like seeing a beautiful woman. When he looked at you, his eyes were also very hot. Tallulah and I thought you two would come out." "What? What are you talking about?" Link looked at her with a black line, hugged her waist and said, "With a hot girlfriend like you, how could I become that kind of man?" Taylor covered his mouth and laughed. "Do you mean that, if it weren't for me, you would come out?" "Of course not. I'm a steel straight man. It is normal to care. I'm just interested in Aaron's space immigration plan. If he succeeds, we only need to buy a ticket in the future, and we can get SpaceX's spaceship to travel in outer space." "Do you want to travel in space?" Link said, looking at the sky covered by palm trees. "It does sound interesting. If I can travel in outer space, I will definitely find inspiration there and write many great songs." Taylor looked up with him and saw a few blue cherry blossoms falling from the jacaranda trees. Link shook his head helplessly. Taylor always talked about creation, as if she was obsessed with songwriting. "You just saw Scott and Molly getting married. Did you have any feelings?" Link asked. Taylor twisted a petal and shook her head. "No, I'm not familiar with them. How can I feel anything? If they were my sisters, friends, or ex-boyfriends, seeing them get married, maybe I would get some inspiration. I'm asking about the feeling of getting married. Generally, single couples or those attending other people's wedding parties will think of their own major events in life. Did you have similar associations just now, or have you considered when to get married and have children?" Taylor smiled slightly, walked backwards towards him and said, "It would be best if we could get married in our country villa in Nashville and have 2 children in 4 or 5 years, when we are stable and not as busy as we are now. What do you think?" "It sounds great." Taylor smiled. "I heard that giving birth is painful. Do you think giving birth will inspire creative inspiration?" "Of course. Many singer-songwriters have created related songs during childbirth, including Madonna and Whitney Houston. I think you can too. How about we have one now?" Link hugged her and smiled. "Now?" Taylor said repeatedly. It was too early. She was only 20 years old, still a big girl, and not ready to be a mother. "It won't be too difficult, believe me. Let's go. Let's go home and have children." "No." Link ignored Taylor's resistance and returned to his villa. He spent a nice Wednesday afternoon in the small bedroom, bathed in the sunset. Chapter 248 Spring Festival Gala Invitation. At the end of the year, the American entertainment industry began to fight. In the film market, blockbusters were released one after another, including Avatar directed by James Cameron, Sherlock Holmes directed by Robert Downey Jr., Alvin and the Chipmunks 2 by Fox, the biographical film Invictus Gamble starring Matt Damon, Up in the Air starring Oscar winner George Clooney, and Family Trip by Italian director Giuseppe Tornatore. including several blockbusters released in November. The competition in the film sales market in December became fierce. Also because of the large number of blockbusters, the Business Daily reported that this year, after the two lows of 2007 and 2008, the total property transfer of the American film industry has recovered to more than $10 billion, which is also good news for all film industry practitioners. In addition to the film market, the competition in the record market is also very fierce. Britney Spears released her second Best Album Singles Best in early December, and Ms. Gaga released the revised album The Fame Monster of the Fame. Drake's first mini-album So Far Gone, Rihanna's fourth studio album Rated R, and Link Music's first album It's Better If You Don't by singer Bruno Mars, including the albums released in November, Lana's Young and Beautiful, Carrie Underwood's Play On, Justin Bieber's first album My World, etc. According to statistics from Rolling Stone magazine, there are 53 albums released in the last 2 months of this year, and currently 15 albums have sold more than 100,000 copies. Among them, Selena's first album Come and Get It was released for 7 weeks, and sold 671,000 copies in the United States. Lana's Young and Beautiful was released for 6 weeks, and sold 563,000 copies. Canadian kid Justin Bieber's first album My World was released for 8 weeks, sold 537,000 copies in the United States, sold 172,000 copies in Canada, and sold more than 1 million copies worldwide. Justin also became one of the youngest singers in the world music scene to obtain platinum records, and the second male singer in 2009 whose first album sales exceeded 1 million copies. He was called Wonder Boy by the media. There was also boxing on Christmas Eve. Iron Fist Dr. Klitschko, South African Nightmare Samuel Pitt, Canon Shannon Bridges, Oriental Giant Valuv and others all had exciting events. The significance of this was that on December 10th, in the WBA Heavyweight Championship held in Nuremberg, Germany, British boxer David Haye fought Valuv for 12 rounds, and the result was based on points. The WBA Heavyweight Championship gold collar changed hands. Others did not increase much. On Christmas Eve, Link brought his tour team to open 9 concerts in 7 countries in South America. Due to the popularity of Despacito, the single physical record sales reached 600,000 copies, becoming the best-selling single in South America in 2008/09. The sales of his 2 albums in South America also reached 520,000 copies. In addition, his 9 performances in South America were also quite sensational, with an average of 47,000 people per show, and a total of about 18 million transactions. During the concert, he also held 2 gold belt lottery ceremonies on site. The first arrangement was to divide the 6 gold belts into batches on Christmas Eve to the boxing participants who attended the video, including 1 in the United States, 1 in South America, 1 in Asia, a quota for European netizens, and 1 in Oceania, which was just enough to be divided. After a busy year, 2 days before Christmas, Link returned to the United States with his touring team to rest. Because it happened to snow in New York during Christmas, large shopping malls would hold holiday activities, and Broadway theaters would have some special Christmas performances, so Link and Taylor decided to return to their New York apartment for Christmas. I haven't lived in Lee for almost half a year. I feel that New York is quieter than Los Angeles. Link dragged 2 suitcases, and opened the door and power switch of the Yorkville apartment. The whole apartment was instantly bright. Through the window, he could see the lights of thousands of houses across the street. He felt that living in Prague had more flavor of life than the beach villa. It's not quiet, it's deserted. Taylor followed his boyfriend with his hands in his pockets. He was wearing a burgundy college-style coat, a white wool sweater, blue pencil pants, long golden hair, a knitted hat, a scarf around his neck, and only a delicate white melon seed. I lived here for half a month in September. With the doors and windows closed, there was no sound around. It was like living in a cave. I couldn't stay there, so I went to Nashville. Taylor told him. Really? I happened to have time during those days. I said I would come to accompany you, but you didn't want to. Now you say it's deserted. Aren't you asking for trouble? Link joked. This is your habit. I used to live alone, and never felt lonely. After living with Yancey, I gradually had someone around me. When you suddenly left, I would feel lonely. Taylor bumped into him and said angrily, "Well, I was wrong." Link smiled lightly, turned on the heater, and helped her put on a hat and scarf, and hung a windbreaker on the rack. Because Ms. Mandy sometimes arranges people from the housekeeping company to come and clean, the sanitation of the apartment is not bad, and they don't need to be armed with both hands. After returning home, you only need to organize daily necessities, and buy some vegetables and fruits in the supermarket. "Dear, how are you going to spend Christmas?" Taylor took off his shoes, and lay on the sofa, turning on the TV with the remote control and shouting. "Make a Christmas dinner, visit Catherine's and Mandy's homes, go to Radio City to watch the Christmas spectacular song and dance performance, and then go to Times Square to watch the Christmas light show. I heard that the Winter Day Market in Central Park West will be very lively that day. If you have time, go there for a walk. Do you have any other suggestions?" Link asked as he came out of the restaurant with a basket of washed fruits. "Do we have to go to so many places? I think it's nice to stay at home and spend some time together as a couple." Taylor picked up our strawberry and took a bite. Link nodded. "It sounds good. We can have sex countless times at home, from Christmas Eve to Christmas night. What do you think?" "Hey, education geek, what are you thinking about? Your mind is full of those colorful things?" Taylor raised his foot and kicked him lightly. "Don't you think this is romantic? Just like in the movies." "Not at all. I'm not as lustful as you," Taylor said with a wrinkled nose. Link smiled gently, lay on the sofa, hugged Taylor and watched an episode of the hit TV series A Good Wife. Taylor likes to watch TV series with strong female characters and wants to absorb nutrients from these strong female characters. Link thinks that the heroine Alicia's lawyer suit is very pleasing to the eye, and he doesn't mind accompanying her. While watching TV, Selena called and said that she was going to the Rockefeller Center ice rink to skate on Christmas Day, and asked him and Taylor if they would go, and if they did, she would buy tickets for them. Link said that he couldn't skate and didn't want to go. Taylor immediately answered the phone and said go, and Selena said okay. "Do you want to see me make a fool of myself?" "Yes." Taylor raised the corner of his lips and smiled. "You are so good. What sports are you good at? But you can't skate. This is so interesting. So how about Selena and I teach you how to skate on Christmas Day?" "Thank you. You are such a good wife." Link pinched her cheeks. Just after hanging up the phone, it rang again. Ms. Mandy told him a good news on the phone. The organizer of the American Spring Festival Gala invited him to participate in the halftime show. Link was a little surprised to hear the news. The American Spring Festival Gala is the National Football League NFL League, also known as the Super Bowl, and is the most watched sporting event in the United States. It is usually held in the last week of January or the first week of February each year. It is also one of the most important unofficial holidays in the United States. Every year on the day of the Super Bowl, the amount of food consumed in the United States is Thanksgiving. There is another data that can sound how great the charm of the Super Bowl is. In 2006, the total number of American television viewers who watched the World Cup final was about 17 million. In 2008, the number of viewers who watched the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games was about 1,200. In 2008, there were 120 million people who voted in the presidential election. In 2009, 130 million Americans watched the Super Bowl. At the same time, the Super Bowl event is also broadcast, live or broadcast worldwide. Every year, the audience watching the Super Bowl exceeds 1.5 billion, which is no less than the audience watching the Spring Festival Gala. The Super Bowl game is divided into 2 games, with a 15-minute break at halftime. Before 1990, the halftime show was mainly for paying tribute to celebrities. Since 1991, pop music stars have been introduced to participate in the performance, also known as the halftime show, with an average audience rating of 40%-60%, which is 3 times more than the total of the Major League Baseball and NBA finals. Because the Super Bowl has a great influence, the singers invited to perform every year are all top singers in the music industry, such as MJ, Shania Twain, Justin Timberlake, P. Diddy, U2, the Rolling Stones, etc. Small singers have no qualifications at all. Link thought he had a chance to perform at the Super Bowl, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. He thought that it was probably because the venue was the best choice. The two teams participating in the league finals this year are the Indianapolis Colts versus the New Orleans Saints. The time is February 7th and the venue is the Dolphin Arena in Miami. Now he has a great influence in Miami and is called Prince of Miami and Pride of Miami by the locals. Before holding a concert in Miami in October, the City Hall awarded him an honorary title of citizen and gave him a symbolic key of Miami. If not, he would have to wait for a few years to perform at the Spring Festival Gala. Lynn, do you want to participate? Ms. Mandy asked. The reason for asking this is that the Victoria's Secret fashion show in November invited him to be a guest performer, but he was busy touring and didn't have time, so he turned it down. Link thought about it and thought it was a good opportunity. The Super Bowl has a huge influence. Performing at halftime can further expand his influence in the United States and promote his album at the same time. Participate. Contact the organizer to find out when the rehearsal will be and how much time is left. We will prepare in advance. Okay, I'll arrange it right away, Mandy said. Mandy asked him and Taylor if they wanted to come over on Christmas, but Link refused. No one was home last year, so he went over to join in the fun. It was better to spend Christmas at home. I heard that the Super Bowl invited you to perform. Taylor looked at him in surprise after he hung up the phone. Yes, that's right. You're amazing. I haven't received an invitation for 3 years since my debut, but you have only been invited for 1 year. Humph. Tell me, why are you so amazing? Taylor wrapped her long legs around his waist and hooked her hand around his neck. Of course it's because I have a super beautiful and famous girlfriend. Link smiled while hugging her hips. Humph. You're such a smooth talker. Taylor curled the corners of his lips and leaned over to kiss him. Chapter 249 Grammy nomination. From Thanksgiving Day on November 25th to before Christmas, major supermarkets across the United States will hold promotional activities. Some products will be 50% off, and some supermarkets will implement coupons for the first 300 invoices. This period is also the most popular shopping season for Americans. According to the New York Times, this year, Americans shopping in January accounts for 1/4 of the whole year. The same is true in Prague, New York. On Christmas Eve, you can see long queues in front of major supermarkets and department stores before dawn every day, including Walmart, Best Buy, Macy's, Ron Taylor Department Store, etc. Many people wear black masks to enter supermarkets and malls for $0 shopping. Link and Taylor decided to spend the holiday in New York, so they naturally had to prepare some holiday items, food, drinks, and new high-tech appliances. It happened that they came back too late. During the 3-day Christmas holiday, many shopping malls closed early, and it was not easy to buy everything they needed. After Selena knew that they were going to buy holiday supplies, she took the initiative to help and patted her chest and said that Mandy was too busy this year and all the holiday supplies in their home were taken care of by her, and it was right to listen to her. I believe it, and I sent a message to ask Mandy. Mandy said that if Selena buys things, the whole family will starve to death. She asked him to make his own decisions when buying things and not to trust Selena's advice too much. After knowing the truth, Link did not expose it. He drove with Taylor and Selena and circled in the center of the valley. After a circle, he found that Selena was a road idiot. She stared with background eyes and looked for Best Buy supermarket everywhere. As a result, the more than 10-meter high sign of Best Buy was pressed against her face, but she didn't see it. Her little round face became redder and sweaty on her forehead. After entering the supermarket, the first thing he did was of course to buy a turkey. He went to the shopping area where turkeys were sold and found that they were all refrigerated turkeys. Turkeys are very cheap, only $16 after discount, but the taste is very poor. He needs a kind of clean, fresh and marinated ones. The minimum requirement is clean and fresh. After looking around, he couldn't find it. Selena said she had a good idea and took him and Taylor to the live animal area, pointing to a few lively turkeys in the basket, and asked him to buy one and kill it. Link was a little nervous. Turkeys are big and difficult to handle at home. If someone films and posts it online, she will be warned by the Animal Protection Association. Link asked her if she dared to kill a chicken. Selena raised her chin and said of course she dared. She claimed that she was a descendant of Mexicans. Mexicans were born warriors. In the past, everyone had a pet, which was an anaconda more than 10 meters long, which was wrapped around her neck as a scarf every day. She also said that she had raised an anaconda when she was a child. It was milky white and 7 or 8 meters long. Link grabbed a rope and gently put it on her shoulder. Selena screamed, jumped on the spot a few times, threw herself into Taylor's arms, and then complained to him with Taylor. Yes, it's terrible. Christmas is here, and the weather forecast of the US Meteorological Bureau is relatively accurate. At noon that day, snowflakes floated in the sky of New York, adding to the festive atmosphere. Link and Taylor set up a Christmas tree on the stage of the apartment that day, and expanded it with many colorful lights, Swarovski crystals, and small snowman dolls, which were cute and festive. Link also put on an apron and made a Christmas dinner for the first time, including a large roast turkey, waffles, macarons, Boston steamed shrimp, Mexican barbecue, a large fruit platter, and a Christmas cake made by Taylor. It was colorful and very rich. At 6 or 7 in the evening, Link and Taylor drove to Midtown and met up with Selena and Little Annie. Little Annie is Link's half-sister. She is more than 3 years old, has a bob haircut, a straight nose tip, and is pink and tender. She is even cuter than Selena. The group first went to Times Square to watch the light show, watched the acrobatic performance at Radio City Music Hall, and skated at the Rockefeller Center ice rink. While skating, Taylor and Selena wanted to see him leaning back in front of the ice, so they pushed him toward the ice together. They were going to be disappointed. Link was in good condition and had a good sense of balance. After skating for a while holding the railing, he could slowly slide his hands on the ice. After practicing for more than 10 minutes and adapting to the speed of the skates, he accelerated his skating. Occasionally, he could also skate backwards, skate on one leg, and do some fancy moves. He skated more steadily than Taylor and Selena. After Link learned it, he took Annie to skate. Little Annie was timid. Although she wore a safety helmet on her head and knee and elbow pads, she would be scared to squat on the ground when she imitated her hands. Link held her hand and skated around the field for more than 10 laps. She adapted to the speed of skating and dared to skate slowly forward by herself. While skating, she shouted in a baby voice, "Please make way, Annie bumped into you." Annie is so cute. Taylor skated over from the southwest and said on his shoulder, "Of course, don't you see who your sister is? What does Anne's cuteness have to do with you? You are so shameless," Taylor said in a daze. He stepped on his skates and slid backwards for a few meters. The skates left 2 obvious marks on the ice. How about, let's compete in speed? Let's see who skates faster. No, I've learned it. I'm not your opponent for the time being. You'll be fine. Taylor accelerated and skated to Anne's side, holding her little hand and skating her forward. Taylor was wearing a white down jacket with blue stripes and a ponytail, like a high school girl. And next to her was wearing a pink down jacket, a pink helmet and knee pads, like a little bread. Holding hands like sisters and mother and daughter. "Link, drive faster, I'm going to hit you." Selena rushed over from behind, yelling. Before Link could get out of the way, she bumped into his back. It was already past 10 o'clock when they came out of the Rockefeller Center. Selena and Taylor had a lot of fun and didn't want to go back to bed early. Anna's eyes were shining with excitement. Link suggested going to the Metropolitan Maximum Theater to watch Avatar. It was the first time for Selena and Taylor to watch a 3D movie. Seeing the hero and heroine flying in the sky on the icon, they couldn't help but exclaimed. Annie didn't quite understand it. She only lasted more than 10 minutes and then climbed into his arms and fell asleep. After Christmas, Link and Taylor finished separately. Taylor continued to record songs in the recording studio. Link had a lot of things to do at the beginning of the year. First of all, the award season is coming, and there are many award ceremonies that he needs to attend. For example, the nomination list for the 67th Golden Globe Awards for American Film and Television was announced on Christmas Eve. The fighter received 7 nominations at this year's Golden Globe Awards, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Supporting Actor, Best Supporting Actress twice, Best Original Screenplay, and Best Song. Link was nominated for Best Song for the movie theme song The Fighter. The 52nd Grammy Awards were also announced before the new year. Link received 8 nominations for his 2 albums and multiple singles, including Best Producer of the Year, Album of the Year, Song of the Year, Best New Artist, Best Male Pop Vocalist, Best Rock Song, Best Rap Song, and Best Rap Collaboration. Taylor also received 8 nominations in the initial Grammy Awards, and the first 3 overlapped with him. However, there was no one who received the most nominations. The most was Beyonce, who received 10 nominations in the previous Grammy Awards. In addition, Ring Magazine, the boxing magazine, and the 4 major boxing organizations held an award ceremony at the beginning of this year to select the best boxer and best boxing promoter in 2009. In addition, the North American Boxing Association is also preparing to give him an award for the best spokesperson. In addition, he also needs to prepare a performance at the Super Bowl. The guest singers invited to the Super Bowl this year are Link and the British rock band The Who. Link has 7 minutes to perform, which is almost the time for 2 songs. The organizers hope that he will sing the first album's champion song Unstoppable and the American national anthem. After listening to it, Link was a little confused. The American national anthem? How to sing it? He doesn't know how to sing it at all, and it may not be too late to learn it now. If he sings the lyrics wrong, he will be ridiculed by the crowd like the little Queen Christina Aguilera in 2011, and his career will fall into a trough. Even if he sings it correctly, the national anthem, which everyone sings on the Spring Festival gala stage, is very popular. If the performance is too bad, people will think that his singing skills are too bad. Link thought about it seriously and proposed a compromise, writing a song that conforms to the spirit of the dance competition and pays tribute to the predecessors. After all, singing the national anthem is not a program that must be blown at the halftime show, and a song that conforms to the spirit of the wrestling league is also conducive to the league's promotion of this sport. After discussion, the organizer agreed, but needed to listen to the demo of the song first, and Link agreed. Because of this incident, Link had to go into the recording studio right after Christmas to discuss the song arrangement with Greem, David Kahn and others, and to discuss the Super Bowl rehearsal with director Kenny Ortega. Happy New Year, Link. In the morning, Greem Goodall walked into the Link music recording studio, took off his hat, and greeted him. Haha, Happy New Year, Greem. I really want to take up your vacation time. Link reached out and hugged him. Haha, it doesn't matter. I should retire in more than 10 years. It's scary to think about taking a vacation every day. Greem waved his hand and sat on the sofa opposite with a serious expression. You said on the phone that you have to know that for all Americans, it is a noble sport. Writing songs for this sport is no less meaningful than the World Cup. Are you sure you can complete it? Here is the music score. What do you think about it? Link took out a stack of papers from his backpack and put them on the desk. In fact, when he was copying the song, he was not sure if it was usable. This song is high-spirited and Pakistan is passionate. The main theme of the lyrics is that there is no end to the highest level of skills, and the names of those who practice alone will be engraved in history. It is also more in line with martial arts, a sport with a strong confrontational nature. No, he can think of something else. Obviously, he can't sing the national anthem. Greem flipped through the music score. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter. His expression became more and more solemn. If it weren't for his red face, trembling fingers, and the crowd becoming hurried, others would think the song was too bad when they saw him like this. Greem, how is it? Link asked, looking at the tea leaves floating on the teacup. It's hard to say. Let's go to the recording studio. I want to hear the effect. No problem. Link put down the teacup and went to the recording studio and sang the new song. Greem listened to it and said that it was not good enough. It still needed music. Without music, the taste of the song would be much worse. He then called David Kahn, Bruno Mars and other producers in the music studio, and they all came to the studio to participate in the production of this song. Chapter 250 New Song Rehearsal. Link, sing a little louder. You don't need to suppress your emotions, and don't be afraid of breaking your voice. Singing with breaking voice will be more contagious. Outside the recording studio, Greem stood in front of the mixing console, holding a microphone. and shouting to Link in the recording studio. Link nodded and sang it again according to Greem's instructions. The original singer of this song was a female voice, and the tone and style were different. In order to perform this song well, he and Greem and other staff members stayed up all night in the recording studio these days, constantly tuning and trying out songs. Every day his voice would become hoarse, and he would continue singing, after it recovered the next day. After many days of hard work, the song became better and better. The voice was more powerful than the original singer, the style was tougher and more majestic, and it also had a bloody smell of the battlefield, similar to the hard rock of Chester Bennington, the lead singer of Linkin Park, who sang with all his might. He felt that his version was more contagious than the original version. They become part of you. Write the story into songs. Every time you bleed to achieve greatness, you fight against adversity and write greatness. Relentless you live. Okay. Sing it like this. Link, you are such a genius bastard. This song will definitely become your masterpiece. Greem raised his fists and shouted. David Kahn and several producers also laughed. Link is so amazing. He is excellent in pop, rock and rap. He is a musical genius. Nobya Mars praised with a big hair. Haha, Bruno is also very good. There are also Lana and Wiz. With the four of you, I bet that our Lion Down Music will become the most dazzling music label in the music industry in the future. David Kahn laughed. Yes, that's right. Others also echoed. Everyone is chatting. The atmosphere is very good. When Evika came to the recording studio, she saw that everyone was chatting happily, and the atmosphere was very warm. Hi, Miss Evika, Happy New Year. Everyone greeted Evika. Happy New Year. Evika smiled slightly, greeted her master, said hello to everyone, and asked the Santa Claus Union to distribute New Year gifts. In the United States, the day after Christmas is Boxing Day, not Boxing Day, but Boxing Day. In the past, it was the day when slave owners gave gifts to their slaves, and later it evolved into a day for everyone to give gifts to each other. Graham, Mars and others happily took the gifts, and found that the gifts Evika prepared for everyone were all luxury goods, including red wine, cigars, gold pens, platinum jewelry, etc. Everyone's gifts are different, but everyone loves them after getting them. Graham secretly admired Link, a careless guy, and Evika is obviously more suitable to be a manager. Graham, how about Link's new song? Evika walked outside the glass window of the tomb, picked up the headphones, and asked Link who was singing. Great. Listen. If give me reasons, and goodbye you have 9 points, I will give this song 10 points. Graham said excitedly. Oh. Evika was a little surprised. See You Again has been on the Billboard singles chart for 12 consecutive weeks. It is the 12th song on the Billboard singles chart that has been on the chart for more than 12 consecutive weeks. It is also the most popular work under Link's name. Now Greem thinks that the quality of this song is higher than See You Again, and this evaluation is far beyond her expectation. Evika put on headphones and listened to it again with doubts and surprise. When she heard the chorus, she couldn't help but stand up straight and straighten her chest. The whole person seemed to be propped up by something, and some extra strength came out of thin air in her body. Evika covered her headphones and looked at the roaring figure inside through the headphones. Seeing that he clenched his fists, his arms were twitching, and his voice was raised to a very amazing tone. His roar was so contagious that it passed through the microphone, passed through the sound control console to the headphones, and then connected to her ears. Evika blinked and her heartbeat quickened. Thinking back to the first time they met, he was just an ordinary beach boy who was only slightly more handsome and courageous than the passers-by on the street, and there was not much to pay attention to. But after the Olympics, his name was like the sun in the sky, and he was seen almost every day. He first used tyrannical means to defeat one opponent after another in the pains, and became the WBA boxing champion, causing a sensation in boxing, and even the United States. Then he created the popular song Despacito, released a pop album, and became a super popular singer. Evika has known him for more than a year, and knows him better than anyone else, even more than Taylor. Later, when she saw his new achievements, she couldn't help but admire him. This guy's too amazing. She thought she was used to this situation, but she was still shocked when she heard the song. According to Mandy's information, it took 3 days from the organizer contacting him to perform to him composing this song. It only took 3 days to come up with such a song. This guy's too amazing. Evika said softly with a smile on her lips. Hi, Eva, when did you get here? When Link came out of the recording studio, he saw the beauty standing outside the studio. She was wearing a camel-colored lapel coat, a black turtleneck sweater, and high-waisted straight pants. With a slender waist, it made her waist look thin, her legs long, her buttocks plump, and her front was even more fruitful. Her long straight golden hair was draped over her shoulders, and only slightly tied with a crystal hairpin on the outside. Simple, elegant and dignified, she exuded the aura of a billionaire. Link believed that his net worth was not much lower than hers, but in terms of dressing and temperament, he could never compare to this girl Evika. Just arrived. The new song is good, Evika said, putting down her headphones. Thank you. You have good taste, okay? Link nodded and went to the office next door. As soon as he sat down, Evika threw a bundle of documents at him. 2010 is just around the corner, and Link Music has a lot of work to do in the next year. The first thing is the release of his third album. This album was recorded earlier than the second album, and it needs to be fine-tuned before it is released, and the styles of 2 or 3 songs need to be adjusted to make them more in line with the current market. The third album plans to release the first promotional single All of Me the day before Valentine's Day. It will be released worldwide at the end of March. This album is a popular lyrical style, which is different from the previous 2 albums. It cannot continue to maintain the hot sales of the previous 2 albums, which is still an unknown for the time being. The thing is that he is about to participate in the Super Bowl, and related publicity work needs to be followed up. If handled properly, with the popularity of the Super Bowl, his albums and singles can sell tens of thousands more copies. The third thing is the tour arrangement for next year. 2 movies, 2 roles, 2 confirmed boxing matches, 6 commercials, and new song MVs also need to be arranged. There is too much work. I shouldn't have taken the Expendables in the beginning, Link said as he looked through his work schedule. He met with Stallone in December, and Stallone said that he would design a role of a fighting master specifically for him, who could knock down anyone with one punch. The role would be either the 3rd or 4th male lead, and the salary would be no less than $3 million. For the sake of the money and the character, Link accepted it. Now it seems that he was too greedy and was asking for trouble. It doesn't matter. There are many things to look at, but when you do them, you will find that there are very few. Evika poured 2 cups of hot chocolate and put one down and said, many things seem to be few, but they should be more when you do them. That's because you don't know how to arrange them. Evika sat on the office chair with her long legs crossed and patted another thicker folder. These are my work arrangements. Do you want to see them? No need to look at them. Evika is the president of Link Music. She is not only responsible for the promotion and distribution of his albums, but also for Lana, Mars, and Wiz Khalifa. Lana's album has been released for 8 weeks and is still in the top 50 of the Billboard album chart, which shows that this album has great potential and needs to be promoted more. Bruno Mars sold 287,000 copies in the first week, rushing to the 2nd place on the chart, only slightly behind Lady Gaga's Fame Monster. The cumulative sales in 3 weeks are 573,000 copies, which is better than Lana's first album. If it continues to be released, there is a lot of hope that it will exceed 1 million copies in North America. And Wiz Khalifa's first album Deal or No Deal is also scheduled to be released in the first place. You don't need to look to know that she has a lot of work to do. Link spread his hands and said, we are billionaires now. Why are we still so busy? Why don't we stop and go on vacation? Some time ago, you told reporters that it was your passion that made you energetic and maximized your work efficiency. Why are you looking forward to vacation now? Evika looked at him and joked quickly. Even if it's a camel in the desert, you can't ask it to transport goods 365 days a year. Link laughed. Evika raised the corner of her lips and took out a box from her bag. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.